how you feel about entering the content arena too. You hear all the talks of the gurus preaching SMMA, that I couldn't afford to let the competition, people's thoughts of what I was doing, my previous failures, me having no authority, and more looming commitments on the horizon stop me. I had to make it. For many of you, I imagine.
You waited too long to actually begin. Yeah. We're going to have less time and more responsibilities over time. So this YouTube thing remains a pipe dream. 하면서 우유차 위하면서 우유니 하면서 우유차 시리구나.
Welcome to the Contentpreneur Manifesto, where I
하면서 CD is killing me, man.
teach how anyone can build a harder path to
percent what it feels like.
that will get people to click on it and retain them on the platform to watch. If this video does this, then it spreads it regardless of the channel size, lifetime, or niche. A quick rule to remember is that it's typically the hard way. You've been giving them content, but deciding whether to
That's not freedom. That's not freedom, man.
easy sell and lowers the barrier of entry so that anyone can instantly. This principle should be easy to attain. If they say it's 10K per month overnight, it's a creation. Knowing that I couldn't afford to let the competition, people's thoughts of what I was doing, my previous failures, me having no authority, and more looming commitments on the horizon stop me. I had to make it. For many of you, I imagine this is how you feel about entering the content arena too. You hear all the talks of the gurus preaching SMMA, crypto, e-commerce trading, and/or affiliate marketing.
I'm gonna head out. I'm hungry. I want to head out soon, bro. Anyway. I want to eat. I want to eat, man. I want to eat. I need 오늘 할 거는 칫솔 그리고 물 그리고 음식. 칫솔 그리고 쓰레기도 버려야 되고 나갈 때는 칫솔, 쓰레기 그리고 물. 칫솔, 쓰레기, 물. 칫솔, 쓰레기, 물. 쓰레기물. 쓰레기물. 쏠 여기 물이란다. 물도 필요하겠네. 칫솔, 쓰레기, 물. 이거 댓글 필요한데. 쌀은 있으니까 고기랑 소고기랑 채소, 야채, 채소, 딸기 좀 더 사가. 배고파. 식비 필요하지. 식비 필요하고. 식비 필요하고. 식비 필요하고. listen. 네 가지가 필요하겠네, 또 네 가지가. 샤워도 해야 돼. 샤워. 마지막에 샤워. 해야 되는 거 다 적어. 아이고, 더워.
Is the way to get rich and successful. But it's ironic because they all built their empires through preaching SMMA, crypto, e-commerce, trading. There were
e-commerce trading. What is trading? Crypto trading, e-commerce, SMMA.
or affiliate marketing is the way to get rich and successful. But it's ironic.
Because they made their money teaching people how to do that.
Because they all built their empires through content creation, through being a contentpreneur. Not whatever skill they sell. At least, not anymore. If they're selling how to do it, then they don't have to do it anymore. You know this is the path towards true online success, but it's hard. Rightfully so too. Nothing worth having should be easy to attain. If they say it's 10K per month overnight, then it's too good to be true. I went down this harder path to be the contentpreneur, my rite of passage, and come out on the other side with 5 principles to out-competing today's hyper-competitive, super saturated YouTube market, despite all the odds. So, here are the 5 principles to being a contentpreneur. Quality over quantity. This principle is first because it is at the heart of what I do and what my audience best knows me for. I truly believe it is the greatest strategy available for any person to make it on YouTube, despite all the odds we talked about. You have to understand a very simple formula people make when choosing strategies, and it's to take the path of least resistance. This is why many people, when entering content, choose to go with quantity over quality. It's an easy sell and lowers the barrier of entry so that anyone can instantly reduce the intimidation that comes with starting content creation, whilst also delude themselves that only with time they'll make it. Things such as all you have to do is get started. Don't worry about being good. And as long as you post once a week for 3 years, then eventually you'll see success. Is the exact type of coke that keeps you on the content treadmill, all until you eventually quit from burnout with no results to show for it. It is all a lie. The YouTube algorithm doesn't take into account how long you've been giving them content when deciding whether to spread your video. They simply judge, is this single video, despite everything, a quality video that will get people to click on it and retain them on the platform to watch? If this video does this, then it spreads it regardless of the channel size.
I have an idea. It's the business that all men, all men. Yo, Entertain built an empire on a webcam business, porn business. I'm gonna say, go ahead and say it. He built on porn, basically, and yeah, adult content, or that's all human desire. It's human desire, you know. It's an idea. I mean, we don't want to admit it, but that's just human desire, the nature to down to its core, right? You can't fake it. You can't saturate that. I mean, you might be saturated, but people are still gonna find it. If you can't find the niche, I don't know, bro. We'll see. So my turn. 오픈해. We'll see. But we have to do 확대에 대한 그거 먼저 해야 돼. 공시하면 돼. 창업 아이템 생각났어 갑자기. 창업 사업 아이템 아니면 비즈니스 모델 생각났어. 유튜브로 밖에 방법이 없다. Stock, real estate, crypto, I can't do any of that. I don't have capital. Crypto, stock, real estate. Other one, drop shipping. I don't have capital to start any of that. Drop shipping or any of those. It's saturated too. Drop shipping, SMMA, affiliate marketing, things like that. I think that I have a business idea with YouTube. I don't know. oversaturated market. .6% of the nation's GDP. 1, 2. Oh, morning. 피곤해. 피곤해. Pesos, pesos, pesos. Wait, why did Rome crumble? Wait, why did Rome crumble? 어떤 승무원 그 전에는 그 normally 추워. Power versus 추워. 난 really don't want to. We'll go out soon after this.
Lifetime, or niche. A quick rule to remember is that it's typically the hard way that leads to real success. And if the masses go one way, it means that it is the path of least resistance, and you should consider going the other for actual, real, successful outcomes. Mr. Beast is the biggest creator on YouTube, and it's not without reason. Much like us, he also didn't enter the content arena with prior fame or fortune. He understood that he needed a way to garner an audience, and he did this through primarily following quality over quantity. He doesn't post on a weekly cadence, but rather he literally, each video tries to make his absolute best work, topping his previous video. He even reinvests all of his money in every video to do this. Why? Well, I'll have him explain it himself.
The biggest thing is, it's much easier, as weird as it sounds, it's much easier to get 5 million views on one video than 100,000 views on 50 videos. Does that make sense a little bit? Like, a lot of people, you could upload one great video a year and get more views than if you uploaded 100 mediocre videos. It's very exponential. Essentially, now I'm going to dial back. To do well on YouTube, you just need people to click your videos and watch them. That's literally all YouTube wants. And so, if you get people to click your video 10% more and watch your video 10% longer than mine, you don't get 10% more views. You get 4 times views, right? So you have to think an exponential, right? A 10% better video is 4 times views, not 10% more views. Right. And so once you understand that, percent more views. To do well on YouTube, you just need people to click your videos and watch them. That's literally all YouTube wants. And so if you get people to click your video 10% more and watch your video 10% longer than mine, you don't get 10% more views. You get 4 times the views, right? So you have to think an exponential, right? A 10%. Video is 4 times the views, not 10% more views. Right. And so once you understand that and you funnel your energy better, it makes a big difference. So it's usually don't make your video shit. Put in effort. Put in way more effort. Really hyper obsess over these videos. Triple the amount of time you're putting into that video. Because you're not gonna get triple the views. You're gonna get 10x the views. And it's YouTube's trying to serve people the best content possible, right? They don't want to serve you 100 lame videos. They just want to serve you one good one. So it makes sense logically. Your homepage is curated the best videos possible.
And guess what? He said this exact thing on multiple occasions too. I realized in order for me to make it on YouTube, I had to rise to a level of quality that would make it unreasonable for someone to watch and not think this video is amazing. A level of quality that, like Steve Martin famously said, so good they can't ignore you. However, to rise to this level, I had to hop off the content treadmill and give myself the space to make a really good video. I know how easy it is just to throw up a camera, talk to it for 10 minutes about something you Googled for 5 minutes, but you'll never make it that way. The way to break through today's hyper-competitive, super saturated YouTube market is through quality. And quality is done through long-form content, which is why, second principle, long form over short form. This principle I learned very painfully, which is why I go through my story and evidence I provide can convince you to not take the temptation that is short form content. Short form content has taken over the social media world, with stars being born overnight and attention spans being shortened to seconds. However, there is a dark looming truth to short form content that not only affects its creators, but even the advertisers and platforms pushing them. This dark truth, at its root, is that short form content doesn't create real audiences for creators. Now, this might be a shock, and you probably have some pushback to this idea, but bear with me. I am someone who has went down the short form content route to a considerable degree. Remember, I built a 350K following on TikTok, thinking it too was the easy way to get an audience and kickstart a career. But I was bravely proven wrong. Short form content, at its core, gears creators to prioritize virality over value, because there's only so many seconds that a creator can capture one attention on the platform. Literally, on short form feeds, people give them 0.5 seconds per TikTok before they scroll. Over time, short form creators who had ambitions to create real audience that love them and appreciate the substance and value they provide will realize they only get views when they lean into the spectacle type content to get viral. This means the algorithm becomes a circus as who can be the greatest circus clown, unnecessarily controversial and or cringy thirst trapper. Add on top the fact that short form content is a game of quantity over quality, and now you see yourself making 6 TikToks a day, saying things you don't mean because you are desperate for views from an audience you built that's already moved on to the next circus clown on their ever-evolving, doom-scrolling feed. Now, for me, this wasn't why I got into content and why I ultimately left that roller coaster for something better. But for some of you, I can imagine you could be thinking, so what, Michael? As long as I get rich and have some people who follow me, then why should I bother with long-form content? Plus, I can always pivot to YouTube later, right? Wrong. Alas, you might garner many views and followers on TikTok, much like I did, but they will only want to see you perform in a circus. Do that one prank again. Hey, say that one completely outlandish thing that doesn't reflect who you really are. Plus, because creators aren't building real audiences on short-form content, you can imagine how hard it is for advertisers to actually sell products on there, let alone retain people long enough with their own content. The lack of monetary opportunity forces creators to imagine how hard it is for advertisers to actually sell products on there, let alone retain people long enough with their own content. Because creators aren't building real audiences on short-form content, you can imagine how hard it is for advertisers to actually sell products on there, let alone retain people long enough with their own content. The lack of monetary opportunity forces creators to want to pivot to other platforms. Advertisers do not want to pay creators or the platforms to promote their products, and the platforms are limited time to keep the business going. To prove this point, when I finally saw what was happening, I decided to create my YouTube channel in hopes of pivoting early enough so I didn't have to face the fate that many short-form creators do, which is dying. But how many people subscribe to my YouTube channel? How many of my 350K TikTok following subscribe to my YouTube channel? 25 people subscribe. If you still don't believe me, Mr. Beast Manager in an interview with Colin and Tamir explains why he doesn't sign TikTokers to his media company, because they don't have real audiences.
Not gonna last. I still have a lot of questions around community building or around swipe content. But yeah, TikTok was not something that I saw coming. I actually internally was kind of leading the charge around like, we don't really want to represent TikTok creators. Like, let's focus on where we think community is built, and that's on YouTube. And so when everyone else was launching these management companies, signing TikTok creators and opening TikTok houses, you guys probably noticed like Knight's very quiet. We didn't really sign any TikTok creators because we were like, we would rather have Mariah Elizabeth, Sophia Nygaard. We'd rather have massive communities built on YouTube than sign this like up and coming TikTok creator with 50 million followers that like may or may not grow a community. And I think it's like proven now that, I mean, after VidCon was like,
VidCon was crazy. Yeah, that was eye-opening for me.
Yeah, walking into rooms where like a TikTok creator was speaking and it was half full, it's like, wow, I didn't expect this. Like, this person has 30 million TikTok followers, but like can't fill a room of 1,000 people. You know the names of these TikTok channels. There's like people with 50 million followers on TikTok, and I remember seeing their face scrolling through, but I can't identify what the channel name is. I think that's different on YouTube.
Right.
If someone has 50 million subs, like I've watched 2 videos, I remember the channel name.
Yeah.
If I could watch a TikTok from someone, I could watch 30 TikToks from a TikToker, and I could not even remember their name. Because you're through it so quick. You're like 5 seconds and you're gone on to the next. You just don't even pay attention. I think that's the difference. It's like it's so hard to build community on TikTok right now. And it worries me for you guys see this, the people growing on YouTube with YouTube Shorts. I don't think they're growing fan bases. I think people are just flicking through YouTube Shorts. They're getting hundreds of millions of views a month. But when they go to do something like even sell apparel, like nobody wants it because they just haven't built a community.
However, it's not enough to make high-quality, long-form content on YouTube if you simply copy the people who are successful. Which is why the third principle is compete over copy. Look, I get it. The natural progression from content consumer to content creator is that a handful of creators have inspired you so much that you feel compelled to become one yourself. The issue lies in that most people think as long as they can become as good as their favorite creator, can they garner the same results as them? So what this really amounts to, whether they're cognizant of this or not, is just copying them. I mean, all you have to do is reach their benchmark and you'll win, right? Wrong. The second you enter the content arena, all of your favorite creators are now your competitors, and they're vying for the attention of the same demographic of people that you're attempting to speak to. This means you have to show the world why you deserve more recognition than them. Being the Walmart version of your favorite creator will never make you as big as them, and more concerningly, puts a cap to your creativity and potential. You need to outcompete them. That's the only way. The secret to outcompeting your favorite creator is not by copying them, but by innovating and doing something completely new. When I decided I was going to enter the self-improvement niche on YouTube, one of the biggest reasons I felt I could do really well was because I wasn't aiming to do what everyone does, which is just talk to a camera about what they searched for on Google for like 10 minutes. No, I wanted to raise the standard of content through more research, better storytelling, better editing, better camera presence, and through that, make the absolute best content in the game. I imagine if I capped myself at becoming only as good as some of the biggest creators in my niche, I wouldn't be Michael Drift, and the Moviementary would have never existed. All my competitors are on limited time, and this is the mentality necessary for those who want to make this a living and really have an impact on the world as a content entrepreneur. Now, while you can learn many skills to become a good content creator, one I believe is well above the rest, and that is, fourth principle, storytelling over telling. Sometimes when people examine my channel, they wonder how I didn't have any prior fame or fortune, but was able to amass a dedicated audience who listens to my takes on serious topics such as the state of cultural masculinity, mental health, and financial freedom, despite I don't have the quote-unquote authority to speak on such topics. The one skill which allowed me to share my ideas with the world and garner an audience for it was storytelling. Listen, if you're concerned that no one wants to hear your take and or that you can't compete with all these impressive people who built huge resume for themselves, you're not wrong to feel that way. When I started my channel and told friends and family around me, the one objection I often heard was, but Michael, you're not X person, you're not that person. What makes you think people want to hear your take? They didn't understand that what I chose to master, storytelling, is the greatest form of communication known to humanity. It was a universal language that ages back as far when humans started perceiving time. This way of communicating is what our brains have evolved to receive, and it was essential to us surviving complex environments. Even if you look at the religious texts out there, there is a reason they don't only list out the principles and rules of how to live your life, but have elaborate stories of prophets to demonstrate these principles that many successful people swear by storytelling. In fact, most famously, Steve Jobs said, the most powerful person in the world is a storyteller. Whilst to be an effective content entrepreneur who makes long-form, high-quality content, you will need to master editing, scripting, camera presence, filmmaking, and eventually monetization. Nothing is as powerful as mastering storytelling, especially if you're someone who feels they have no authority. Scripting, camera presence, filmmaking, and eventually monetization. Nothing is as powerful as mastering storytelling, especially if you're someone feels they have no authority. This is your ticket to mastering an art that religions use to spread their messages, what businesses pay millions of dollars to get right into advertising,
Andrew Tate does this too.
The most powerful person in the world. Now, before I reveal the final principle, it's important that you understand two things. First, there is no program/coaching service on the market that is promoting these principles. I have, much like my content, decided to go against the grain and bet that this approach to content creation will make all the new kings of the internet in the future. This is a gamble, and I'm betting my career on it, but if you're bullish on me and my content, then you must get in on this strategy now before everyone figures it out and its value diminishes. Second, if you see other people having content creation programs similar to this, know they have copied me. I literally birthed this from my will to make it in today's hyper-competitive, super-saturated YouTube market, and no one is teaching this stuff at the time of me recording this video. But because people don't know how to compete, they will copy me eventually, and that goes for my principles as well. Now, these first four principles are what directly contributed to the breakthrough video that kicked off my content career, birthed my Moviementary style. I broke 1 million views on a single video for the first time without having to spend years creating hundreds of videos. But this final principle is a revelation that gives me unlimited motivation and undivided focus in my pursuit. It's what all of this is for, what we're trying to do here, something you should deeply understand before you embark on your journey to become a content creator. And what is that final principle? Contentpreneur over entrepreneur. Remember how I said that becoming a contentpreneur, I believe, is the greatest opportunity in today's internet age for anyone to not only reach financial success but have a fulfilling career? Now I will prove it. Chances are, if you're watching this, you've also considered all the other following methods, to become successful, attain wealth young, whatever, in today's age, right? SMMA, crypto, trading, affiliate marketing, etc. However, there is a trend with all of these get-rich-quick schemes that no one is telling you. It's whatever method they're selling you isn't how they make most of their money, nor is it ever as quick as they say. Whilst they might have started out doing these things, did the hard time to build a resume for themselves on it, they all realize one thing that if you can realize right now, will save you years of your time. And it's that content is king. Content is the only business in which the marketing and the product is the same thing. The content. That if you can create a real audience online, content is
Entrepreneur is greater than entrepreneur. Content is king.
king. Content is the only business in which the marketing and the product is the same thing. The content. That if you can create a real audience online, you will enable endless business opportunities more so than any other business model. Alex Hormozi, right, $100 million guy, said it himself. The most valuable thing you can do is build an audience. Here's the catch though, right? There's definitely a catch. Here's the catch. Being a contentpreneur is absolutely not a get-rich-quick scheme. It takes a lot of time and effort. It is incredibly hard, and you will not see good ROI on your effort for a long time. If a normal job's income over time looks like a linear line, then being a contentpreneur is an exponential line. It uses the power of compounding over time, which for many people, they can't last to see the big boom. Another way to look at it, the way that I like to, is to think of content creation as building internet real estate. Just like in real estate, you have to make a substantial upfront investment to acquire valuable property. In the content world, this upfront cost is the time and resources you invest in creating exceptional content. You must repeat this process tirelessly for years. However, if you build a portfolio of exceptional content, these pieces of internet real estate can pay you for years, just like a well-maintained real estate portfolio. So, what am I saying? Is that these entrepreneurs decided that playing this game of internet real estate is much more rewarding financially for the long term than anything else they did. Even people like Alex Hormozi and Patrick Bet-David, who made millions before entering the content arena, gym businesses, right, insurance business, realized that it's better to be a contentpreneur than an entrepreneur, and have ditched their former businesses to go all in on content. Hear me out. I said all that, right? Mr. Beast was even offered $1 billion for his channel, and famously declined. Now, this is the more logical reason, I guess you could say, that you should consider becoming a contentpreneur. But there is a deeper emotional reason as to why you should too. It's that there's more to a career than the money you make. What does it mean to be a high becoming a company? Even offered $1 billion for his channel. Declined. Now, this is the more logical reason, I guess you could say, that you should consider becoming a contentpreneur. But there is a deeper emotional reason as to why you should too. It's that there's more to a career than the money you make. What does it mean to be a high-income crypto trader if you spend your days numbingly looking at charts and having no real substantial impact on people with your work? If sparks don't fly when you are doing your craft and you aren't flooded with a sense of excitement, this is where the Japanese concept of ikigai comes into play. It illustrates that a fulfilling career combines what you love, what you're good at, what the world needs, and what you can be paid for. For many of you, what draws you to this career, what drew me, more so than anything, was the passion and impact involved in making content. I can't express this enough, but nothing is like having people who deeply appreciate your work and they tell you that it makes a real positive impact on their lives. Whether you're making educational, entertainment, or content that's somewhere in between that, infotainment, there is a certain magic that the content creation process has. From the inception of an idea all the way to posting it to the world, it's just a high you never get used to. This is something that needed to be explained though. Much like love, something you feel an urge to take on, as that is exactly what drove me to do this myself. Something that drove me to make a decision to go all in on it, which is exactly the decision I will ask you now. We are approaching the end of the Content Planner Manifesto, and you have now 3 paths available which determines what you'll do with this information. The first path is that you decide for whatever reason you don't want to become a content planner. And that in itself is actually a win, because now you are closer to finding whatever it is you are meant to do. And sometimes that means instantly identifying the things you aren't. To those of you, I wish you the best on your journey and appreciate that level of self-awareness. The second path are those who do decide they want to become a contentpreneur, but feel it is something that they can figure out on their own. You know, they want to go this path alone and apply these 5 principles to see success on their own accord. This is possible. I mean, it's the path I took initially when I started. I understand, you know, it's low stakes, it's between you and yourself.
He's gonna try to sell it
You figure
now.
out
He's gonna try to sell his contentpreneur thing now.
many things on your own. Hey, I mean, you even found yourself on this video, you found out all of this stuff, right? However, what I found in my experience is that, you know, I went a lot slower in my journey. I made hundreds of mistakes that weren't easily Googleable, and ultimately, I wasted years trying to figure it all out through my own thinking. It wasn't until I was deeply, deeply frustrated that I ever decided to reach out for help for people that were more experienced than me. There is a high chance that if you take this path, you will face the same struggles and hurdles that I did, and it would be a lot slower of a journey. But I respect that sometimes we need to see these things for ourselves and come to our own conclusions. I was just like that, you know, I can do it myself person, so I totally relate. However, I will ask you to consider how much this single manifesto has evolved your perspective versus when you came in. And this is only the beginning of harnessing the power of what it means to go this path together. The final path are those who do want to become a content creator, but realize they'd rather increase the odds of success by working with others and leveraging the knowledge of those who are further ahead. It took me failing months on end on YouTube for me to finally budge and seek help. But I made sure to learn that lesson only once, because now I die to find people who are further ahead than me who can solve my problems, right? What I'm saying is that I'm encouraging you to not make the same mistake that I did if you can avoid it. I gave you 5 principles to being a contentpreneur to showcase what we believe here at Contentpreneur Academy when it comes to how to apply these principles to your unique situation, the nuance of them, and how it'll evolve over time. This is something you'll just have to join to find out. It is not an easy path to walk, nor will it quickly work. But with a dedicated community and my team can you embark not only with people by your side, but at the fastest rate possible. If you do decide to take the final path and join Contentpreneur Academy, then we do have the first 14 days mapped out so that you can kickstart your contentpreneur journey with what we call the Contentpreneur Sprint. It gives you more in-depth explanations of these principles and the unique way in which you can apply them right now to start making law.
To be honest with you guys, it's very rare for content creators to. So this is the testimonial.
Corporate America. I wish my picture can move back. The crying thing. Álbum do Google.
So this is you. You finally mustered up the courage to ask your crush out. Man, that date was really fun. Like, we got dinner, you know what I'm saying? I took you out, nice drive, the view. I just feel like there's something here,
Yeah, it was such a great time. I loved it. It's so great, spending time with friends.
What was that like? What was that last word you said?
What did
The view. I just feel like, so this is you. You finally mustered up the courage to ask your crush out. Man, that date was really fun. Like, we got dinner, you know what I'm saying? I took you out, nice drive, the view. I just feel like there's something here,
Yeah, it was such a great time. I loved it.
그월들을 계속 좋아하네. 프렌드 그 엄청 많이 들었어. 인스타그램 하면서도 씨발. I mean, all the people on that type of thing is weird. So every girl that uses it on TV though. I thought that Brazilian girl. That Brazilian girl's fucking mad. Eat shit and eat fucking eat water, man. Eat water, man. Suck out the water, buddy. Suck out the water. Brazilian. Also, there was that girl. weirdo girl. Weirdo girl. What was her name? Oh, I don't know. Bertie. Let's see. Emily Lundstrom. Okay. Ugly and fat. She's 6.
Dude, it's so great, spending time with friends.
What was that like? What was that last word you said?
What do you mean?
Oh, we're friends. Like, we're just, okay, we're not, yeah, sure, we're friends. I mean, I paid for your dinner and all that, but like, we can build up from friends, right? Like, we're,
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
oh, we've been friends the whole time. Is that what this is? Or?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Really good friends. I really enjoy our friendship.
Yeah. It's no problem. We can be friends. I mean, friends take each other out to dinner and pay a lot of money for a lobster and all, but that's what friends do. That's what friends do. I'm not even heard about it. We're friends.
Yeah.
Friends. No friends.
Yeah, friends.
Oh my gosh, bro, what the fuck, man?
Aw.
Why does this shit keep happening to me, man? Are you serious, bro? A whole dinner? Friends? Fuck. So you return to video games, huh? Classic. It's what you always did to deal with L's. However, this time, the video games aren't doing it for you. It's not silencing that voice in your head asking, why did this happen?
Jeffrey's scared of what other people may think when he gets rejected.
You're confused at first. Who's Jeffrey and Adonis? Why does he have that accent? What's good with that right ear? Despite your doubts, you're desperate for answers, so you watch on.
You never tell girls that you like them because you're scared of being rejected, and you don't want all the people around you to see that because that would feel embarrassing. But today, you're going to learn how to get over that. My name is Hamza. I help young men go through the Jeffrey to Adonis transformation through self-improvement. Scroll down right now and listen.
I don't think there's any need to do that. The age has changed. You already need money to succeed. You need capital. That's why it's called capitalism. You need capital to succeed.
Subscribe and the post notification button to see my next videos.
Just like that, you entered the Hamza rabbit hole, which is good because you needed it. Let's be honest, you've been a loser for way too long, and you finally had the courage to recognize that and seek help. Before you know it, the algorithm recommends tons of Hamza videos, and you watch hours of it. It's like you've been asleep your whole life, and today you finally woke up from that bad dream. He preaches hope for everybody through the act of setting goals and consistent discipline. Terms like dopamine detoxing, progressive overload, gratitude journaling, delayed gratification, black, blue, red pills are all foreign to you, but it's exciting. You imagine yourself a couple months from now when you turn things around because you took major action and leveraged this wisdom Hamza gave you. It's time you became an Adonis. So, okay, y'all get the point. I got the robe on, I'm playing into it. It's been great, my friend. A lot of fun memories, good times, but things change. Things change, right? This is just me putting myself first. Hope you can understand.
All young men should be dopamine detoxed.
Two months have passed since you initially found Hamza, and to say he changed your life would be an understatement. You did the hard work, especially when you didn't feel like it. You started hitting the gym and made progress in lifting, something you were once very intimidated to do. You start meditating every morning and journaling to improve your mental health. You haven't been on social media the whole time, feeling way more at peace. And finally, you became a cult member? A proud cult member at that.
Bro, here you go again with this Hamza stuff. Bro, you gotta stop saying you're part of a cult, man.
Nah, bro, you don't get it. Like, trust me, Hamza's a really, really good guy. Like, you gotta watch his video explaining, all right? So his cult is only a way for his fans to create self-improvement content just like him, that they learn from him, and change other people's lives and make money while doing it. I don't see what's the big deal about a guy sharing his own YouTube secrets to see his fans succeed. Like, that's going against big business rules, if you ask me. Plus, man, you know how much we want to get rich. You know what I'm saying? Escape the 9-to-5 financial freedom, right? So he said it himself, like, creating a YouTube channel was the best thing that ever happened to him.
Yeah, man, I mean, I feel you, but I don't know, man. Don't you think there's something a little bit off about a guy that claims he's a cult leader and shares all of his YouTube secrets with his fans? I don't know, man. I just feel like you're stuck in a bubble right now, bro.
I mean, you never imagine you join a cult. Like, who goes around searching to be part of a cult, right? But I guess they just don't get it. I mean, how could they? They don't know Hamza like you do. They don't know about secret retention and gratitude journaling. He even reveals all the bad things about his life, like doing drugs and being bad at school. You know, he's a good guy. Plus, you've made good friends on his cult's Discord who understand you. Maybe it's time you cut off those negative people and start that YouTube channel. I'm sorry it had to be this way. And last but not least, channel name, Michael Unfiltered. All right, I mean, first step to changing my life. I'm gonna put Jeffrey right here. And Adonis right here. How to dopamine detox. Man, I might actually be a YouTuber. And you know what? I'm gonna prove Ray wrong, bro. Like, all the people that doubted me, man, that girl, like, I'm gonna prove them wrong, man. I think it's about time I really just showed them who I really am. What you thought was the beginning of your new life was actually the beginning of a rude awakening. See, you've been posting videos on your channel for months now, and still no traction. You ask your new friends on Discord if they've seen any views on their filtered channels. They have none either. We thought all you guys would have made it by now. I mean, Hamza did in that time. He blew up quickly. He said it himself.
So this is what changed my life the most out of all these stages, is scaling the hell and using entrepreneurship. And what this just means is now you're going to be using content creation, which in another word literally just means get onto social media, preferably, let's say YouTube. That's what I did. Yours could be different because I know some people, like, you know, they vibe with Instagram or whatever, but let's say YouTube, right? So at this stage, copy me. Literally copy me. Do exactly what I have done. So you can see you are literally in one of the early stages of my cult and my multi-level marketing strategy. And eventually there's going to be a point when you've actually started leveling up and you've almost created your own tribe. You've created your own group of guys who want self-improvement, who aren't fapping as much, who aren't playing as much video games. You can now take the leadership position yourself into your group, start content creation, start getting active on YouTube and making videos almost exactly the same as mine. Like I do, I'll make you this promise right now. You can literally copy my videos, use the exact same title. Obviously, what's going to happen is
Copy him. All you have to do is copy him. And there's no question many people are doing that. I have seen the same Jeffrey to Adonis thumbnail from many different blank unfiltered channels, all saying the same exact information that Hamza gave. But how many of them have seen even a fraction of the success that Hamza had? Why is it that Hamza's creating a cult where he says everybody can have the same success he had and teach self-improvement when none have seen that success yet? Is it right that 13 to 17-year-olds are making self-improvement channels preaching life advice when they themselves haven't even lived enough life to know? Who's their target audience? The 8-year-olds, like elementary schoolers? See from self-improvement channel preaching life advice when they themselves haven't even lived enough life to know? Who's their target audience? The 8-year-olds, like elementary schoolers? See from the
Ahmed Unfiltered.
very beginning, Hamza's cult was never about you. It was about him. He said himself, it's a multi-level marketing scheme, and if you know anything about that, it's that it doesn't help the people at the bottom. When people see the Jeffrey to Adonis memes in your thumbnail, the unfiltered in your channel name, they're not thinking about you. They're thinking about Hamza and how great his influence is. You're a pawn in his game. You're giving him free YouTube marketing to the idea of chasing your YouTube dreams. He convinced you there's enough space in the self-improvement niche for everybody. That all you have to do is copy him, add
It's a zero-sum game.
own voice to it, and that's enough. You'll make it. But is that what makes a good YouTube channel? Is that how you compete in the cutthroat YouTube algorithm? Jay Tran wouldn't think so. See, for the first time, he ventured outside the Hamza bubble and watched other content creators. Jake Tran's documentary-style content on interesting topics you never heard before captivated you. You're impressed that his portfolio as a content creator is different than what you've seen ever before on the platform. You check his social.
You want to see this? No, I don't. It's not getting a lot of views. Just one video, one huge ass video. This is what.
Blade, and he had an even bigger rise on YouTube than Hamza? And finally, you come across this video. Why following the crowd leads to mediocrity, featuring Jake Tran, that changes everything.
I knew I had to change something because I was doing what everyone else was doing, and I just wasn't growing at all. And this was my second try at YouTube already. So I thought about it and realized that I was really copying Graham's stuff back then.
Yeah.
And I realized that even if I have the same title, thumbnail, script, exact same words as he does, the only difference is me being on camera talking instead of him. If you put those side by side on the YouTube homepage, who would you rather click on? Graham Stephan with the verified badge? $100K views versus someone like me who you don't know what my name is and I have like 10 views. You would always click on Graham's every single time, so you can never win. So the only way to get people to click on you is to offer something completely different.
At last, you see, Hamza was wrong. Very wrong. Of course you wouldn't get far on YouTube trying to copy someone else. Why did you even believe that in the first place? Now you're starting to doubt Hamza and this cult of self-improving men. To add fuel to the fire, Sneako's beef with Hamza proved all your doubts correct. You didn't want to believe that you were part of this little bubble and was blindly following a cult leader like Sneako said, like your own friend said. But the response of Hamza fans were like sheep being led by a shepherd. Why can't they see Sneako's point? This whole Jeffrey versus Adonis thing can be kind of funny. Him searching like that is kind of sus, but it's all jokes. He said he respects Hamza and self-improvement is good. It's just, friendly banter. Wait, Hamza replied. No. Is he serious? Is he really taking that many low blows in his response video? You couldn't believe it. He brought in his family and relationship for a simple roast? Why are all the comments calling this a mature response? Who's this Michael Drift guy? Hold on, actually, he seemed to be the only person with a more balanced view on this. Anyways, to add the nail to the coffin, when Hamza finally picked up the phone after many streams of just ghosting Sneeko and he was trying to squash the beef, they had a discussion and it was going well, Hamza apologized, they were laughing, it seemed like everything was blown over, he restored faith that Hamza was this Adonis that you always imagined him to be. But unfortunately, the true Hamza couldn't help but reveal himself.
Yeah. Beach Squash, thank you for finally calling, bro. I'm gonna drop it. I might stretch here and there. I might stretch on the Discord, I'm not gonna lie to you. But
Sneeko, I'm not gonna lie. The reason why I found this funny is because I feel like I treated you like how I used to treat the girls. I was a fuckboy. And I got you emotional, and then I just didn't really open up any of your messages for a while, and literally you just kept on calling me like 15 times, and you been sat here just like really lost, really emotional. And it made me cringe a little bit, I'm not gonna lie.
You're calling me cringy right now?
Bro, you called my old number like 15 times.
On stream for content. I don't care about you. I'm trying to get the content and show people that they should end up like me. Wait. You calling me cringe after making a video saying don't end up like me?
I treated you like a little bitch, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You guys think he treated me like a little bitch? Chat, you think he treated me like a why are you smiling so hard right now? I am. But you're smiling because you think I'm
할인 항공권을 찾고 계십니까?
쓰레기.
항공권 특가를 이용하세요.
Are you still like Jack?
Just like that, when things could have ended good between them, Hamza's ego got in the way, took a turn and didn't need to. You check the comments of the video and some people are starting to realize Hamza isn't this perfect Adonis cult leader. Wait, it's the Michael Drift guy. Damn, it's another solid take on this situation. Seems like the only guy who can watch. Hamza and critique.
For finally calling, bro. I'm gonna drop
Low blows in his response video? You couldn't believe it. He brought in his family and relationship for a simple roast? Why are all the comments calling this a mature response? Who is this Michael Drift guy? Hold on, actually, I'm just ghosting Sneeko and he was trying to squash the beef. They had a discussion and it was going well, Hamza apologized, they were laughing, it seemed like everything was blown over, he restored faith that...
I'm not gonna lie, the reason why I found this funny is because I feel like I treated you like how I used to treat the girls. I was a fuckboy. When I got you emotional and then I just didn't really open up any of your messages for a while, and literally you just kept on calling me like 15 times, and you been sat here just like really lost, really emotional. It made me cringe a little bit, I'm not gonna lie.
You're calling me cringy right now?
Bro, you called my old number like 15 times.
On stream for content. I don't care about you.
Exact same words as
This is a mature response. Who is this Michael Drift guy? Like Sneeko said, like your own friend said, but the response of Hamza fans were like sheep being led by a shepherd. Why can't they see Sneeko's point? This whole Jeffrey versus Adonis thing can be kind of funny.
What?
Sneeko, I'm not gonna lie. The reason why I found this funny is because I feel like I treated you like how I used to treat my old number like 15 times.
I am. But you're smiling because you think I'm a little. Are you still like him?
Just like that, when things could have ended good between them, Hamza's ego got in the way, took a turn and didn't need to. You check the comments of the video and some people are starting to realize Hamza isn't this perfect Adonis cult leader. Wait, it's the Michael Drift guy. Damn, that's another solid take on this situation. Seems like the only guy who can watch Hamza and critique his views. Anyways, at last, Hamza reflects on his actions and admits defeat in the final video of the beef. Don't end up like Hamza. He admits to taking low blows to a simple roast, to taking a bad turn in the phone call with Sneeko. But what's this? The comments are saying, I really respect how you admit your mistakes. Not the same people who encouraged the Hippies video saying, I respect how he admits his mistakes. Can anyone see these men are brainwashed? Wait. It's that Michael Drift guy again. And Hamza liked this comment too? Okay, now I really gotta read this now. Hamza, this is a bigger lesson than just yourself. You have to observe and be wary of these comments. In your Hippies video on Sneeko taking all the low blows for a simple roast, all your fans celebrated and cherished you. Only I and maybe a few people critiqued you. I ultimately gave Sneeko the W after the phone call, especially with that crazy turn you took in the end. And in that comment section, you can see me saying everything you're realizing now. You need some real ones in your circle. You're a victim of your success, and all your fans are too young and impressionable to see when you make a mistake. All of them cheered you on. They were going at me for critiquing you in the comments. This is a good step in the right direction, though. Watch all your fans now say, great job, Hamza, for admitting your mistakes. I didn't call it out before. Wow. Whoa. Ray was right. This guy was right. I can't believe I got him wrong. I've been, what have I been doing? Oh my gosh. Oh no. You have officially escaped from Hamza's call. You realize that Hamza, while he does give great advice, isn't someone you should idolize as a cult leader and should simply see as another content creator on the YouTube platform. That you should pave your own path in this world. Listen to many different voices, people, experts, opinions, content creators, and find the right mix that works for you. That you question the advice of people you really admire, even if they really helped you at one point. Is it smart to make a YouTube channel copying everything Hamza does and expect success? Is that what Hamza did to see success? Because I don't think it was. The Jeffrey versus Adonis thing was different. It was unique to his channel. It's what gave him that competitive edge, which honestly, it doesn't take a genius to see that this cult was never really about helping his fans create YouTube channels and self-improve altogether. It was more so about helping Hamza increase his influence on his fans and promote his YouTube channel. You see, this level of questioning is exactly what you should be capable of. Not a blind cult member, but a viewer of his channel, of someone who has a lot of things figured out. Things I would agree with, but not all. Someone who's worthy of looking up to, has accomplished a lot, and is still capable of making mistakes like anyone else. Someone who's on his own self-improvement journey, as am I, as is you watching this, who's worthy of looking up to as a mentor, but definitely not as a cult leader. Never that. See, this video isn't really about Hamza. I mean, I know it sounds like it, but anybody can critique somebody that's put hundreds of hours of content online. The real critique of this video, this whole time, has been you. Yes, you who had the traumatic moment and decided to go down the Hamza YouTube self-improvement rabbit hole. Yes, you who blindly joins his cult and defends him no matter what. And you who sees nothing wrong in trying to copy his exact success on YouTube. You're the problem. Stop trying to be the next Hamza and try to be the next you.
It's good.
So, I wanted to bring you here because, man, he was right, bro. It's embarrassing, man. I was part of this Hamza cult thing, and I was just idolizing this man, trying to be this perfect Adonis, and I just couldn't see it at the time, bro. But you were telling me the truth, man. Like, I'm still up to self-improvement and all. He's not a bad guy, but to say I wasn't in a bubble would be a lie. So, more importantly, man, I just want to apologize for cutting you off. I don't think that was right.
Let's get coffee.
I understand you don't want to do it. Man, listen, bro. Honestly, you're good. Don't worry about it. You know, I think it's a good thing that you're looking at self-improvement on YouTube. I just think you kind of got a little bit too tied up with the whole Hamza cult. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it's great to have you back. Yeah, man. You still doing YouTube though?
Yeah, about that. I decided I will, but I'm definitely not in the way I was doing it before. Well, you know what's funny? There's this guy called Michael Drift, and he made this video like critiquing Hamza and the whole cult. Man, like it was a really well-made video, bro. Like it's honestly what made me see the light on this whole thing. Like he critiqued Hamza and talked about how he's not this perfect Adonis and how like the cult is a bit like a pyramid scheme like type thing. So yeah, man, that's really what made me even be here today talking with you.
Word. Michael Drift. All right, bet. I'm gonna check him out, man. I'm gonna thank him, for bringing you back, honestly.
Yeah, you know what? You don't even have to check his stuff out. I'll just show you right now. But yeah, man, like, so I ended up watching that one video about Hamza, and I just kind of like deep dived into his other content. And man, like he does self-improvement, but it's like a mix of like self-improvement and then like documentary style. And then he also has like really deep research and editing on like graphics, but at the same time, like kind of like one of our mans. You see what I'm saying? But he has like good music taste and.
I don't want to. No, I'm not selling to them, bro. Hamza. Free market economy. University is a part of free market economy, right? It is part of free market economy, right? Free market economy. Oh, what are we doing? You're a human resource, right? Bullshit jobs.
Corporate America has become obsessed with company culture, but those Friday afternoon drinks and team building days are papering over a terrible trend which is making your workplace miserable and stalling your career.
I really mean the entire Apple team. I can go out in a retail store, in the retail teams.
Together, we can finally put people at the center of our technology.
Operating in a clean, fast-paced, friendly environment, a team full of people just like you.
Company culture is one of the biggest trends in corporate management. Small companies with as few as 20 employees are hiring culture managers whose full-time job is to promote a collaborative and positive work environment. These are full-time employees that, from a bottom-line business perspective, do nothing but make the other 19 employees more engaged with their work.
Culture is what keeps people around.
According to a survey of job seekers and hiring managers conducted by Robert Half, a workforce
Fucking cold. Fucking cold. 경제 체제에 맞게. 행복감 생각해.
Analytics firm, 91% of managers said that a candidate's fit with the organizational culture was more important than their skills and experience. Hilariously, a PwC survey on company culture found that 69% of companies believed that their culture gave them a competitive edge. Presumably, the other 31% of companies realized that an office didn't need a ping pong table and kombucha on tap to be a nice place to work. Managing corporate culture is expensive. Corporate culture managers are earning an average salary package of $110,000 a year, according to Glassdoor. Direct salary expenses also don't capture the additional cost of running culture events and the lost man hours in the name of team building. It's a big investment and one that is not paying off. Most workers report only engaging in workplace team activities because they felt they had to. They said that they would rather spend their hours at work focused on their job tasks and after work hours with family and friends or catching up on personal errands.
None of us at work like it when some person in HR comes and says, hey guys, we're doing this fun activity from X time to X time. You had no say in the matter, but you have to go. And I think we can all agree that this is terrible.
Even when activities were funded by the company, most workers said that they did not enjoy what they called corporate prescribed mandatory fun. An article in the Harvard Business Review found that these types of business environments were one of the main reasons that top-performing employees left the business. So, why do companies still obsessed with their culture if it's so expensive to maintain and only makes employees want to quit? Well, there are actually 4 reasons, and each one is worse than the last. The first reason is that companies don't want to create a company culture. They want to create a company cult. Management at large companies has discovered that they can build an undue level of control over their employees if they control their thinking and behavior in the workplace. Senior management will push the narrative that the company stands for something greater than generating an acceptable rate of return to its shareholders.
But that's exactly what it is. It's a business of people serving people. And it was, is, and always will be about the culture of the company.
Startups are prone to do this with overly enthusiastic founders that think they are going to change the world. But the Harvard Business Review found again
the culture of the company.
Startups are prone to do this with overly enthusiastic founders.
Elon Musk, fucking space motherfucker. Yeah, true. I mean, Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, these guys are actually legit because they've done stuff that did impact the world. Smartphones and probably, I don't know, Microsoft, the computer book. I mean, but Elon Musk and fucking Mark Zuckerberg, I don't know, these are toxic individuals. Mark Zuckerberg, Instagram, Facebook, these are useless platforms. Elon Musk, what's the point of it?
That think they are going to change the world. But the Harvard Business Review found again that cult-like behaviors were most common in the largest companies. Apple, Tesla, Nordstrom, and Harley-Davidson were the examples the report gave. Ritualistic behavior is a Harvard Business Review found again. That cult-like behaviors were most common in the largest companies. Apple, Tesla, Nordstrom, and Harley-Davidson were the examples the report gave. Ritualistic behavior is a common characteristic of cults and companies that take their culture too far. We have a lot of companies that Apple, Tesla, Nordstrom, and Harley-Davidson were the examples the report gave. Ritualistic behavior is a common characteristic of cults and companies.
And what are they fucking clapping for? Being slaves? Stupid Walmart fucking employees.
Is that take their culture too far.
We have a lot of companies that are really bright about their culture. It's on their website. There's even one company in town, I won't mention their name, but will pay their employees $2,000 if they tattoo sort of the company culture on their bodies. Not a joke. $2,000.
It is still mandatory for Walmart employees to recite the company cheer once a day in all of their stores around the country. According to the company, Sam Walton, the company's founder, toured a Korean tennis ball factory in 1975 that started every day with a company chant. Walton, who was obsessed with Asian business culture, liked the idea so much that he made it mandatory in all of his stores. One thing that attracted Walton to businesses in the East was the utter devotion that employees have for their company and its founders. Employees routinely put in twice their salaried hours to impress rigid corporate leadership, a trend that business owners back in America were keen to replicate. Sam Walton's daily chant may be a cup full of concentration. Employees routinely put into them so much that he made it mandatory in all of his stores. One thing that attracted Walton to businesses in the East was the utter devotion that employees have for their company and its founders. Employees routinely put in twice their salaried hours to impress rigid corporate leadership, a trend that business owners back in America were keen to replicate. Sam Walton's daily chant may be a cup full of concentrated cringe, but other companies take it a step further by employing another tactic of cults, language control. When employees start working at Disney theme parks, they are given a language guide.
When you get a job with the Walt Disney Company, it's not just getting a job, it's like entering a new community.
I would have already been fired because there are no employees at Disney parks. There are only cast members, and there are no customers, only guests. And employees are not at work. They are on stage. Employees are reprimanded from going off script. Disney knows that controlling the language their employees use will get them to put in extra effort around their parks. Disney is not alone. Google employees call themselves Googlers, unless they have just joined, and then they are Nooglers. Amazon employees are Amazonians, and Facebook employees are Metamates. It sounds harmless, and some people might even call it good management, but it's still mental conditioning with an objective. What's even scarier is that it works. I'm sure that you can think of a...
You gotta think big, like, bro. You gotta think big. Do anything to make money, bro. Anything. Can be anything. Where you gotta, if there's a gap in the market, you gotta do anything. That's the name of the game. That is capitalism, man. I mean, the sad reality is that you do need capital to succeed in capitalism. Man, I don't know.
What are jargon terms and acronyms unique to your company? Language and rituals are a big part of any culture, but in corporatism, their aim is to get employees to think of the company and their job as something bigger than just a place they go to do tasks to earn money.
For folks who want to be part of something bigger than themselves.
A workforce that thinks their company is more important than the compensation that it provides will accept lower salaries and remain more loyal than they would to a company that doesn't pull the same tricks. Google's corporate culture is legendary for free salad bars and encouraging creativity, but that's only in place to get Googlers to stay in the office longer and share their best ideas with a trillion-dollar company. Goldman Sachs' culture is to be home of the smartest, hardest working people that want to get paid more than everyone else for being better than everyone else. But that culture lets them work their new analysts 80 hours a week a month straight because they know the culture they were signing up for. If corporate culture is starting to sound less like an annoying business buzzword and more like a horrifying trend, that was only the first reason of 4. So it's time to learn how money works to find out why corporate America has become obsessed with company culture. This week's lesson was sponsored by Incogni. Unbeknownst to you, it is highly likely that your personal data is being traded on the information data brokers expose you. Demanding a removal of your personal contact data brokers to request their icing on the cake is that Incogni offers a risk-free third-party code money with this.
굳이 영어를 할 필요가
아, 지랄하지 말라고 꺼지라고, 씨발 같은 년아. 몇 번이나 뭐.
Businesses have become a lot more diverse and inclusive, and public opinion has shifted to support groups that previously would have been marginalized. This is positive progress, but it's not without challenges. When everybody in an office has a similar background, it's easier to avoid faux pas that will get the company in trouble. In a modern office, what is just a joke to one person will be an attack to another person.
Really uncomfortable. Whoa, Kayla, slow down, Speedy. I can't wait to see us in my bedroom later.
If you got time, why don't you swing by my bedroom? I will see who's you can get done first.
Mine's bigger. Mine's bigger.
You boys are gonna stretch me thin.
Okay, what the? This is literally sexual harassment. Okay, like how are you okay with this, Kayla?
I'm remodeling Rob's bedroom later. When I'm not here, I run a small interior design company.
The court of public opinion is very unkind to companies no matter how they handle these situations. Having a strong cultural framework in place can help reduce the chances of these events happening. Stopping bad PR, getting the most work out of the widest possible pool of talent is all the companies really care about. But that sounds too dehumanizing, so they brand it as corporate culture and everybody is happy. A company that makes a big deal about its corporate culture can also use it as a defense when problems do eventually occur. Any corporate apology is bound to include a line about how the company takes workplace culture very seriously and it holds its people to the highest standards of whatever. This isn't a bad thing. A workplace should be somewhere everybody feels comfortable, even if it's a little more rigid than the 1950s style Mad Men ad firm. But don't be fooled into thinking it's been done for the right reasons. A culture is only good as how much extra profit it can make for a company every year. The third reason that companies have become so obsessed with corporate culture is because everybody else is doing it and they've all convinced each other it's important. Corporate culture has been a concept in business management since the 1970s, but it has only become a buzzword in the last 10 years. The obsession with company culture began when company leaders saw the success of tech startups, and they had a very different way of doing business, but were becoming the most valuable businesses in the world. The push for positive company culture really became about chasing what worked for others. The objective of creating the best possible working environment got lost to following trends and fads that were implemented poorly.
And now the new thing in Silicon Valley is they use this law, which is like, I like to hire people that I want to go have a beer with. And that's a really stupid reason to hire someone.
Office cubicles were once the definition of a depressing work environment, but now they look like heaven. Anybody that has worked in a culture-centric, collaboration-focused, open-plan office knows that it really means that you'll be working shoulder to shoulder with your coworkers on a small desk barely big enough for all of your stuff.
This is where I work.
My desk is incredibly close to my poor neighbors. I always have to wear headphones to concentrate, and
I'm not gonna fucking sit in some desk, bro.
nobody ever talks. The old office cubicles were better for workers, but moving to the conveniently cheaper option of cramming more staff into the same square footage can be justified.
I'm not gonna sit in some desk, bro. That's not my life, bro. Ton one.
By management with a focus on promoting company culture. Open offices are about saving money. The extra space is used for workrooms that look great on the company's career landing page. The workers will get into trouble for using if they don't meet their performance objectives. In the age of culture obsession, a team isn't a group of overworked people who drink heavily to cope with stress. They just work hard, play hard. The employees share blame in this obsession as well. One of the most frequently recommended interview questions for applicants is to ask about company culture. 91% of hiring managers rank a good cultural fit over the applicant with the best skills, so this is good advice, but the interviewers then need a good answer. If they said that they are a boring company that sets reasonable expectation for the workers and realizes that their accounting department is not a fast-paced and dynamic environment, it would put off a lot of LinkedIn enthusiasts. The best strategy for both workers and employers is to play along with the game and pretend they care. Company culture can be good for everybody, but not if it goes too far. And it can actually hurt company and career success in 3 ways. The first problem is that it can recreate an environment where everybody is the same, even if individualism is what it was trying to promote. Sometimes good ideas are had, but not everybody feels 100% comfortable. And if everybody is too aligned with a homogenous culture, there won't be anybody to challenge bad ideas. Company
What do you think? Shit.
with strong cultures can also isolate new employees and make them feel very awkward. I'm sure you have all talked to someone that was just a little bit too to their company. Imagine working with a whole team of them. Also isolate new employees and make them feel very awkward. I am sure you have all talked to someone that was just a little bit too into their company. It's not my job. Now imagine working with a whole team of them. It is also a lot of pressure. Most of the stuff you do, I am sure you have all talked to someone that was just a little bit too into their company. It's not my job. Now imagine working.
Dude, what is this fucking like cult, bro? like the body size, shapes, and size.
With a whole team of them. It is also a lot of pressure. Most of the stuff you do at your job does not matter. If you file a report late or enter some date wrong, it won't be the end of the world. But if you and all the people you work with believe that the company is more important than just something that pays your bills, then every little mistake becomes the end of the world. This is terrible for the mental health.
I think it's a bullshit job too. Back then there weren't any pills.
Corporate America wants to dehumanize you and turn you into a human resource. But that's actually a good thing.
Amazon workers in St. Peter join workers around the country and the world.
Every Amazon employee and every Amazon customer, because you guys paid for all this.
The mass layoffs continue at Facebook's parent company Meta.
Slashing employee headcount made the driver to a strong year for tech.
It ain't fair to us. Working like we working, they got him in his position he in, and he don't care about us and want to pay us.
The most expensive and difficult part of running any business is managing the workers. Companies can achieve great success just by hiring the right talent, even if their product offering is below the standard of competitors. Companies can also fail if they hire bad employees, even if the rest of the business outclasses their competitors. The success of any business hinges on a group with diametrically opposed motivations to the owners. As an employee, you want to be paid a lot of money, but your company wants to pay you as little as it can. As an employee, you want to work flexible hours, but your company wants you to be available at all times just in case something comes up. And as an employee, you want to work in a comfortable working environment, but your company wants everybody to give up working from home to come into open plan offices that are cheaper than giving people space and privacy. Back before World War I, the opposition between employers and employees was not kept a secret. The new industrialists demanded long hours in dangerous factories, and the workers pushed back through organized and often violent strikes. The industrialists still had the upper hand, because they could easily hire able-bodied men for farm work that paid less. After, the war skills became more important, and just being able-bodied was not enough to work in the most mechanized factories in the early 20th century. Skilled labor unions were gaining the upper hand. The industrialists needed a new approach to ensure that they could keep getting the most out of the workers, and so human resources was formed. The first HR department was formed in 1901 by the National Cash Register Company. They called it the Personnel Management Department, and it was formed in response to several organized staff walkouts and strikes over working conditions and pay. The National Cash Register Company employed workers skilled in arithmetic to keep books for regional banks before electronic computers. The people working on the floor of this business were actually called computers. That was their job title. The automated adding machines that came later would be named after them, but that's a story for how history works. The new Personnel Management Department was established to do three things. 1. Train management on new workplace laws and policies. 2. Handle hiring and firing of workers. And 3. Mediate workplace grievances between employees and managers. What the company had done was privatize the labor union and bring it directly under their control, while making it appear as if they were doing this all for the good of their employees. Because the National Cash Register Company employed skilled workers that were hard to train and replace, their new Personnel Management Department made sense to be the new prototype HR department. But 120 years later, nothing has changed. When Starbucks, Amazon, and Walmart fight against worker unionization, they say that a union will just get in the way of working directly with the company to resolve worker grievances.
We have workers' councils, of course, and we have very good communications with our employees. So we don't believe that we need a union to be an intermediary between us and our employees. But of course, at the end of the day, it's always the employee's choice.
No matter how they present themselves, human resources works for the company. They want to turn you into a resource that's cheap, hardworking, and doesn't complain.
But of course, at the end of the day, it's always the employee's choice.
No matter how they present themselves, human resources works for the company. They want to turn you into a resource that's cheap, hardworking, and doesn't complain. But the best part is that this can easily be used to your advantage. So it's time to learn how money works to find out why corporate America trying to dehumanize you is actually a good thing. This week's lesson was sponsored by Brilliant. Being an effective employee requires, but if you're not familiar with it, you could be left behind. But don't worry, Brilliant is here to help. Brilliant offers courses studying with Brilliant. Encourages interactive learning. You get to put your newfound knowledge into practice, which helps you remember the information better. Brilliant has managed to make the horizon, or to get Brilliant for free for.
Worried about AI taking your job? You should be worried about.
The role of human resources has grown a lot from the national cash register company's first. Management department. Human resources still acts as a way for companies to keep their workers satisfied enough to not unionize, but they have additionally taken on the role of workplace enforcers and negotiators. It's a shitty system, but I am not here to complain about it. I am here to tell you how to take advantage of it. Salary negotiations are the most important thing you will do when picking a job or choosing to stay or leave your current job. Being good at salary negotiations can be better for your career than being good at your job. Managers expect that strong.
No, I'm not gonna go there. You know what? Let's think of a way.
Candidates will negotiate their salary when they apply for a new role. The Harvard Business School Salary Negotiation Guide and a report by Robert Half, a workplace analytics firm, found that managers actually favored applicants that asked for salaries that were higher but still reasonable. If you are willing to accept any offer, you will be seen as desperate or unqualified for the job that is on offer. Where if you negotiate hard, you are not only showing that you think you are good enough for the job on offer, you are also showing that you can be assertive and confident in a high-pressure situation. A company always wants to pay its employees as little as it can, but hiring managers and human resources departments that handle onboarding and salary negotiations are not the same as a company. They have their own motivations too. There are really three parties you need to satisfy when you want a job at a large company. The manager you'll be working for, the HR manager, and the least important is the company itself. Most people try too hard trying to prove what a valuable resource they will be to the company, which is a bad strategy. The company wants someone who will work very hard for very little. Instead, a better strategy is to use the systems that the company has built against it. A human resource manager is still just an employee as well. To impress them, just make it as easy as possible for them to go through their employee onboarding checklist and salary negotiations framework. These people don't really want to hear about your passion for data entry. They want to get the whole thing over and done with as quickly as possible so they can go to their own boss and show them how many hires they made this month that fit the corporate mandated guidelines. Large companies all have standardized hiring processes now because they want to acquire human resources of a predictable quality and avoid looking like they hire people based on any factors other than their legally approved selection criteria. If big companies only hire people based on the discretion of a manager in an interview alone, they can make themselves.
근데 무슨 제품도 아니고 제품처럼 됐어. 아, 자본주의가 무슨 제품처럼 됐는데 어떤 찍어내는 제품처럼 상품화하는 거지. 상품화하는 것뿐이야. 아니 그거를 섹스워커를 상품화하는 건 그렇게 싫다고 막 하면서 그 자본을 가진 사람을 상품화 시키고 있어. 상품이 되고 있어. 지금 상품처럼 찍어내잖아. 대학처럼 상품이 되지 않으려고 해야지 계속.
Liable of charges of discrimination, and it would be more likely that bad employees could get a job through a friend or a daily member.
See.
To avoid this, companies have created highly redundant onboarding processes that require interviews with multiple departments and standardized testing. If you have ever wondered why modern companies require so many rounds of interviews now, this is the reason. A drawn-out interview process also eliminates candidates who are not willing to jump through all of the ropes to get a job. To justify this practice, HR departments will say that this means that they are only left with the most dedicated candidates, but reports suggest that who they are actually left with are just the most desperate candidates. There are two real reasons why you will likely go through as many as 5 rounds of interviews when applying for a new job. The first reason is plain and simple bad managers who want to qualify a candidate that see if they would be a good fit for the role and then negotiate a salary all in separate interviews. It's a beginner's guide to outdated business power moves. All of these discussions can be had in one interview and some follow-up phone calls. The second reason that hiring managers have kept adding more interviews to the hiring process is because multiple rounds of interviews are a useful way of safely getting rid of applicants that HR or the hiring manager doesn't like. In 4 rounds of interviews, a practical assignment,
Dude, I'm not gonna sit in some desk, bro, okay?
Way of safely getting rid of applicants that HR or the hiring manager doesn't like. In 4 rounds of interviews, a practical assignment, and a screening quiz, there will always be something to justify picking one candidate over another, so the company and its managers can protect themselves against accusations of discrimination. For example, if someone shows up to a job interview heavily pregnant and talks about how they can't wait to be a stay-at-home mom, an employer can't not hire them based on that information alone, because that would be discrimination against a protected class of people. If the employer doesn't want to hire someone that is only going to work for 2 months before quitting to raise a child, they can just use any other data point from the extended application process to show that they were a weaker candidate than someone else. A system that was set up to avoid unfair hiring practices became the best excuse for doing it. The next person you have to impress is the manager you will actually be working for, because as soon as the HR manager can tick all their boxes, they are normally the ones that get to pick the winner. What they really want to know is, are you going to make them look good? Are you going to make their job easier or harder? Those points are aligned with the interests of the company, but they are not the same. A manager wants someone who is going to work hard, but they would prefer an average worker to an above-average worker if the average worker won't cause problems. People get fired all the time for making complaints or undermining their managers, even if the issues they raise were in the best interest of the company. Over your career, keeping a good relationship with your managers and colleagues will be much more valuable than oppressing a corporation by going over your boss's head. Future employers are not going to want to speak with the shareholders of your past company. They will want to speak with your old boss. Having a glowing recommendation ticks off a lot of boxes for the HR manager and means a new potential boss can hire you with confidence. Complaints handling and enforcement is another tool that corporate America has used to systematically dehumanize its employees. The modern Human Resources Department has taken over most workplace complaints handling as one of its main responsibilities. This used to be a job for normal managers or, in serious cases, a union or the authorities. But if all complaints are directed towards HR, it gives the company the advantage of hearing about issues they do not work for you. Any complaint that will pit you against the company and its shareholders is not the right complaint to take to HR. That would be like legal advice, it's rarely worth raising issues with HR because it annoys your manager if
좋아하는 운동에 취미에 중독되어 할 수 있는 데까지 해봐라. 다이어트 시간당 금요일 일을 결정하죠. 일찍부터 노력해 보면 본인이 갈 수 있는 좋은 대학 무조건 가라. 좋은 대학은 무조건 가라? 아직까지 사회 전반적으로 걸치면서 하고 싶고 있다. 하지만 지지력을 생각해보고 확실히 알수 없습니다. 대학교 칼 졸업하고 기술배워요. 경험 기술로 창업하다. 목수 불만 타야겠는 적이네. 용접. 이 3년 죽었다 생각하고 빡세게 배워서 창업하는. 전문대 및 4년제 대학 교수님. 말은 쉽지. 참 계속 할 수 있는 그러니까. 이 대학은 거짓말만 알려준다. 이렇게. 군대는 안 가는 게 정답이다. 알까면 자유적 공이 가능해. 이런 거가 끝냈어. 창업은 확실한 신념과 돈이 필요하다. 책은 거짓말로 적혀 있다. 책을 읽는 게 아니라 책을 불가능한 방법을 배워야 한다. 진실과 거짓을 가려는 법 알아야 한다. 사회적 지위라는 게 어딨어. 아우쳤다가 인생 나랄까. 그러니까. 그러니까 의사가 사회적 지위라니. 자본주의 사회에서 혼자 계급론을 쓰네. 그러니까. 정금이 그 새끼도 그 개소리 하던데. 그 계급론이죠. 예술이 완전 점 몸이 십창남 주의 시선 쌍화타 최소 범죄. 뭐라고요? 사람들이 싸우고 있네 DC에서 막. 교수 때로부터 걸은 정치 망상을 적어놓고 100% 취준생이랑 모조리겠죠. 잡소리. 손준 다시 들어볼까?
What do you do for a living? I'm not talking about your job title or your daily tasks. I'm talking about what you actually do, what you actually create, what you improve, what you contribute. For some of you watching, this question might be pretty easy to answer. But for those of you who find yourself working as middle manager,
큰 생각을 하겠군. 좀 도와주고 싶었네.
overseeing a human resources team at an insurance underwriting company, well, it might be a little harder. In the last century, service jobs have gone from representing less than a quarter of all jobs to now representing nearly 80% of workers. Now, when we think of service jobs, we think of people serving us coffee, finding us a pair of pants out of the bag, or carrying our bags to the hotel room. Sure, they might be an unnecessary luxury for the people using these services, but it's still pretty easy to see that they do produce value, be it in the form of a nice cup of coffee, a fresh new outfit, or promptly delivered luggage, without the need of a physio appointment the next day. But you see, the thing is, the service sector is far more broad than the name implies. It encompasses everybody from call center salespeople to CEOs. In fact, it's quite difficult these days to find a job outside the service sector, specifically because those roles require special certifications. Remember that for later because it's important. But the growth of the self-serving service sector and the subsequent rise in both the jobs that came with it seems a bit odd. Surely, the efficient free market would weed out these individuals that are contributing nothing, punishing the companies that bear their salary expenses while rewarding the more efficient organizations that do without them, right? Well, no. And to understand why, it's time to learn how money works in the modern day to perpetuate the existence of people who work to nothing but justify their own existence. And before we get into this quirk of modern advanced capitalism, we need to first look at Soviet communism. The Soviet Union was built on the idea of noble labor. The state said that work was honorable and dignified. The word Soviet was...
No, I'm not communist. You know what socialism is? Is workers owning their own assets, bro. Owning their labor and assets. That is fucking socialism, bro.
Translates to a worker's count.
Europa. 아, 쉽게. 친구. 고기랑 샐러드랑 고기 샐러드 그리고 과일 고기 샐러드 과일 식비 필요해. 빨리 fuck that bitch. 저는 나쁜 놈이 전화라고 할 거야. 식비 보내. 식비.
윤재야.
식비 보내라고.
엄마가 보낸 음식 저기 식품 배송 다 잘 받았니?
다 먹었으니까 식비 보내라고.
그게 양이 적지가 않은데 어떻게 다 먹었을까?
쌀 빼고 나머지는 다 먹었어. 쌀은 지금 좀 남았는데 그 식비 보내.
쌀이 조금 남은 정도가 아닐 텐데.
쌀 좀 남았어. 그리고 식비 보내라고.
좀 남은 정도가 아닐 텐데 엄마가 몇 킬로 보냈어?
몇 킬로가 아니라고 작은 팩이야. 한 2kg 작은 팩이라고.
그거를 벌써 거의 다 먹었다는 얘기야?
좀 남았다고.
엄마가 반찬도 여러 개 시켜줬잖아.
반찬 여러 개가 아니라 카레랑 그 소스 카레랑 짜장 그거 팩 몇 개랑 그리고 김 그거밖에 없었어. 김이랑 딸기 그게 다였어. 식비 보내.
보낸 게 그게 다야?
그게 다라고. 식비 보내라고. 네가 보낸 게 그게 다야.
네가 하라고 얘기해 너 지금?
아니 그게 보낸 게 다라고.
너 한 번만 엄마한테 니가 그러면 엄마 바로 전화 끊어버린다 그냥.
식비 다 쓰니 보내달라고. 식비 보내달라고.
이번 달에 엄마가
아니 그게 아니라 그러면 30일까지 그러면 뭘 그 음식 같은 걸 그럼 더 배달하면 되겠네. 뭐 고기랑 샐러드 같은 거 그 샐러드나 아니면 뭐 그런 거 보내.
엄마가 저기 통 남긴 거 혹시 못 봤니? 샐러드를 시켜서 보내주려고 했는데.
아 그러니까 그러면 안 되면 뭐 고기 같은 거나 뭐 그런 거를 그 고기랑 뭐 소고기랑 그 뭐냐 저기 그 김 같은 거랑 다 먹었어 그거. 김이랑 얼마 안 돼 양이. 그냥 다 먹어. 그것밖에 먹을 게 없으면 그 먹어. 그거 김이랑 고기랑 시발 김이랑 그 소고기랑 아니 김이랑 고기랑 그 뭐냐 그 과일 그 딸기랑 뭐 그런 거랑 해서 지금 다 먹었다고. 얼마 안 된다고 양이. 그거랑 또 물팩이랑 해가지고 그 다시 그 쿠팡으로 하면 그냥 물 같은 거 팩으로 그거 시간 걸리지. 또 한 1일 정도 걸리잖아 쿠팡은.
지난번에 생수 얘기 없었잖아.
아 생수 필요하다고. 그러니까
근데 뭘 하고 걸리는 거를 엄마한테 따지고 있어. 이거 지난번에 얘기 안 해놓고.
아니 그러니까 지금 필요하다고.
근데 좋게 얘기하지 왜 이렇게 소리를 바락바락 질러?
이거 쿠팡 하루 만에 안 오지?
보통은 하루만이면 가.
아 그러니까 바로 안 오지?
하루 안에 가.
그러니까 바로 안 오지?
그건 주문해봐야 알아. 물품마다 달라.
아니야 그때 바로 안 왔어. 엄청 오래 걸렸고 배민은 바로 와. 그 한 30분 이내에 와 주로. 배민 같은 건.
배민은 식당에서 시키는 거고.
배민도 식품 매점에서 그 하는 건데 또 그냥 비슷한 업체인데 배민은
수수료가 너무 비싸고 식품 생필품 사는 거에는 적합하지 않아.
아니야 배민 그 4만 원 넘으면 무료로 무료로 배송돼. 4만 원 넘으면.
예재야, 네가 돈을 그렇게 쓰니까 용돈이 부족하지.
아니라고. 4만 원 이하로 하면 그걸 추가로 배송비를 내야 된다니까 배민은.
그러니까 4만 원 어치를 뭐를 사겠다는 얘기야 배민에서.
그러면 배민 안 거면 그걸 오래 걸리잖아. 하루 안에 오는 게 아니라 그때 저거 할 때 하루 넘게 걸렸어. 거의 하루 반 정도 와가지고 후에 배송됐다고. 그래서 오래 걸린다고. 그럼 지금 바로 시켜. 바로 시키고 그럼 식비를 미리 보내줘. 조금 얼마 어치를.
그러게 왜 돈을 유도리 있게 쓰지 못하고 몽땅 써버렸어?
부족하다고.
그럼 부족하지 않게 융통성 있게 써 돈을.
융통성 있는 게 아니라 하루에 최소 2만 원 필요하다고. 식비로.
그거는 네 사정이고 엄마가 너 지금 관리비 내는 것만 한 달에 거의 70만 원 가까이 내고 있거든.
70 아니라고. 50대 초반에서 60이라고.
68만 원씩 나와 유재야.
50대 초반에서 60이라니까. 60 넘지도 않았어. 50대야.
관리비 내가 받은 거 너한테 그대로 보내줄게.
됐고.
거기다가 네 용돈에다가 추가적으로 드는 거.
원룸에서 사용하고 있잖아. 원룸에서 사용하고 있잖아. 원룸에서 사용하고 원룸에서 사용하고 있잖아. 원룸을.
그럼 뭐 어쩌라고 그래서.
근데 그걸 계속 얘기를 해. 그럼 어디 더 작은 데를 들어갈 수가 없잖아. 여기가 제일 작은 데인데 말이 되는 소리를 하고 있어야지.
뭐가 말이 안 되는 소리일까?
말이 안 되지.
이때까지 그 정도 키워놨으면 손벌이는 할 수 있잖아.
물어봤잖아 내가 그거. 그래가지고 거기 그 안양 거기 빈대 사용한다고. 그것도 안 된다며.
그거랑 무슨 상관인데? 그게 엄마 집이야?
비어 있다며.
아니 그럼 네가 어떻게 들어가겠다는 얘기야?
비어 있다며. 그때 왔을 때 비어 있어서 사용하면 된다며.
비어 있는지 아닌지 몰라. 삼촌이 알아서 하겠지. 그리고 너 이렇게 엄마랑 통화할 때마다 바락바락 소리 지르고
말이 안
네
돼.
스스로 법정 컨트롤 못하면 엄마 통화 안 한다.
말이 안 되는 소리 하고 있잖아. 비어 있는데 뭐라고.
그 소리는 네가 하고 있어. 너가 용돈 50만 원 달라고 했고 네가 원룸 들어가서 혼자 살겠다고 했고 다 네가 정한 거야. 네가 정한 원칙이라고. 어거지 부리는 건 엄마가 아니라 너라고.
내가 뭐
부족하다 그래서 엄마가 좀 시켜주고 있는데 꼴랑 그거 하루를 못 기다려서 숙제 보내달라고 소리 지르고 엄마한테 욕하는 게 정상이야?
그러면 하루 걸릴 비용 그냥 하루 걸리니까 그럼 나눠서 그거 식비랑 10,000원 정도만 그럼 보내주고 보내고 식비나 10,000원만 필요하면 되니까 그 기다리는 동안 끼니만 해결하면 되니까 먹을 것만 그 기다리는 동안 사면 한두 끼만 식사 해결하면 되니까 그거랑 그 내가 말했던 고기랑 그 과일 그 딸기 같은 거랑 그 생수 그리고 뭐 김 그렇게 해가지고 그거 주문하면 될 것 같아.
알았어. 엄마가 그렇게 해줄 테니까 식비 일단 3만 원 넣어줄 거고 네가 원하는 거 주문해 줄 테니까 엄마가 기억력이 조금 안 좋아져서 그런데 엄마한테 네가 방금 말한 거 문자로 좀 넣어줄래?
아니 간단하잖아. 간단 뭘 또 쓰게. 딸기 소고기 딸기 소고기. 그럼 지금 적어.
문자 쓰는 거 힘들까?
딸기 소고기.
힘들면 그만 줘. 엄마 끊는다.
지금 말도 안 되는 소리라고. 씨발이야. 씨발이 뭘 딸기. 지랄한다 지랄해요. 식비 보내고 주소 그렇게 돼 있거든. 시발년 말이 안 되는 소리 하고 있잖아. 딸기, 고기, 샐러드, 렌치 소스 그리고 양파, 계란. 썼다. 썼다. 썼고 그 뭐냐 3만 원 지금 보내줘. 3만 원 지금 보내라고.
누가 들으면 너 사기업자인 줄 알겠어. 엄마한테 무슨 막 돈 보내라고 협박하는 사람 같아.
그거 썼으니까 그거 보고
알았어. 참고해서
3만 원 지금
주문해줄 거고
3만 원 지금 보내줘.
보내줄 거고 너 3만 원 오늘 받아놓고 또 며칠 만에 전화해갖고 또 달라고 하면 안 돼.
아니 그럼 제때 와야 될 거 아니야. 이거 제때 온다며 하루 내에 오는 것도 아니잖아. 그때 걸렸는데 거의 이틀인가 지나가지고 그때 오더만.
쌀 얼마나 남았어?
쌀도 그러면 한 포기 포함해서 쌀도 시켜. 그때 똑같이 시킨 걸로.
볶음밥솥은 도착했니?
그건 있으니까 쌀 그거 그럼 한 포기 더 시켜.
거기다가 다 해보니까 괜찮아? 훨씬 나아?
괜찮겠어. 그냥 그냥 작은 제품인데 저거는 전기 밥솥이 아니야. 전기 밥솥은 맞는데 그 밥을 제대로 만든 게 아니라 그냥 먹는 거지.
뭔 소리야 그게. 전기밥솥이 밥솥이 악역밥솥이 아니라는 거지.
그러니까 그 큰 밥솥이 아니라고. 잘 그렇게 밥을 만들어 먹는 밥솥.
큰 밥솥을 할 필요가 없어.
아니 그러니까 그냥 먹는 거라고. 그렇게 잘 만드는 밥솥이 아니라고. 그냥 간편하게 쓰는 그런 밥솥이라고.
엄마는 옛날에 저희 대학 때 자취할 때 그런 거 썼는데 밥만 잘 되더라.
됐고 쌀 그거 저거 똑같은 걸로 그것도 포함해서 시키면 될 것 같아.
쌀이 너가 생각보다 잘 먹는 거 같아서 그거 2kg 작은 거 갖고 아예 5kg 시켜줄게 그러면.
됐고
괜찮아?
아니 5kg 하면 여기 자리도 없어. 공간이 없어서 너무 공간이 놀 데가 없어서 안 돼. 그리고 그거
우리는 윤재야 2.5kg랑 5kg랑 가격 차이가 얼마 안 나서 그래.
얼마 나는데?
얼마 안 나. 키로 수가 커질수록 가격 차이가 얼마 안 나.
그러니까 얼마나 나냐고.
네가 쿠팡에서 조회해보면 안 돼. 엄마가 외우고 다니냐고.
그럼 가격 차이가 안 난다는 거네. 그러니까 그냥 비슷한 거 어차피 똑같은 쌀 다시 먹을지도 모르니까 그리고 저 쌀 말고 딱
제일 좋은 쌀이야.
됐고 그냥 이거
너가 쌀을 씻어서 먹는 거지?
똑같은 걸로 어차피 무거운 건 옮기기 힘들어. 붓기도 힘들고 옮기기 힘드니까
밥을 네가 생각보다 빨리 먹으니까 그렇게 작은 걸로 할 수가 없어서 그래.
공간도 없어서 여기 공간도 그렇게 큰 거 둘 데가 없고 쌀 포간이 그렇게 큰 걸 둘 공간조차도 없고 원룸이라서
별로 크지 않아 5kg가.
작은 공간이라서 그럼 5kg로 그럼 시켜 그럼.
그래 시킬 테니까 방바닥 뜨거운데 두지 마. 그러면은 곰팡이 나니까.
식비 그거 언제? 식비 보내야지.
보내줄게. 냉장고에 보관하면 좋고.
식비 보내고 그리고 뭐냐 아까 그거 얘기했는데 원룸 너무 여기 일단 좁고 둘 공간 자체가 없어. 둘 공간 자체도 없고 좁아. 엄청
실제로 밑에 공간 많잖아.
공간 좁아. 엄청 좁아. 공간이 많이 없어.
네가 알아서 잘 정리해서 살아야지.
그게 아니라 공간 자체가 엄청 좁다고. 여기
다들 보고 살아.
그게 아니라
사는 사람 엄마가 봤는데 그 학생도 엄청 깔끔하게 정리 잘하고 살았어.
아니야. 엄청 되게 좁고 그냥 되게 그냥 놀 공간이 많이 없어. 정리해도 너무 공간이 좁다 보니까 숨통이 안 튀고 엄청 좁아 공간이. 불편하지. 엄청 원룸인데 엄청 작은데 그냥 걸어 다닐 공간조차도 없다고.
그러게 누가 엄마가 얘기하는데 모른 척하고 그렇게 엄마 말 무시하래? 엄마가 이사해야 되니까 대답하라고 했는데 네가 강간무소식으로 대답 안 하니까 기회 놓쳐서 그렇잖아.
정확한 주소지가 없었잖아.
정확한 주소지 같은 소리 하네. 이사를 한다고 해야 집을 찾아오는 거지. 이사할지 안 할지도 모르는데 무슨 주소를 되냐? 말도 안 되는 소리를 하고 있어. 엄마가 뭐 시간이 남아라서 네가 이사할지 안 할지도 모르는데 집을 보고 다니고 주소를 정하냐?
그러면 주소지 자체도 다 바꿔야 되네. 주소지 자체도 바꿔야 되고 뭐 이것저것 다 바꿔야 되네.
당연히 이사하는 게 쉬운 줄 알았어?
그럼
갖고 나가면 끝인 줄 알았어?
안양 6동 안에 그게 있어 또 그러면 안양 여기 안에 만원구 안에
물 건너갔고 지금은 시기가 지나서 안 돼. 이사를 나갈 수 있는 시기가 자기가 계약한 계약 기간.
아니 그게 아니라 그 뭐냐 이번 연도에 그 또 뭐 그거 6월인가 그게 마감돼서 그걸 리뉴해야 된다며. 여기 거기 여기 아파트 단지랑.
근데
그 6월 맞지? 정확히 몇 월이야? 5월이야 6월이야?
모르겠어.
저번에
계약도 가야 돼.
6월인가라고 했어. 지금 6월인가라고 했어.
어쨌든 6월이든 10월이든 간에
10월이
지금 미국에 있어서 해줄 수가 없어.
그게 아니라 6월이면 그러면 여기 다 그 재계약을 해야 된다는 건데 그러면 6월이면 그 얼마 안 나와가지고 그럼 재계약을 해야 되는 거네. 여기 일단은 1년 동안.
재계약은 갱신회사만 밝히면 돼.
그거 재계약 그게 월세 아니면 1년 내내 하는 전세 같은 거야.
월세야. 전세는 돈도 없어.
월세면 그러면 계약은 왜 1년치로 하는 거야? 월세면? 월세 받으면?
거기가 원래 1년으로 받아.
그냥 한 번에 다 내는 거야?
매달 내고 있어.
근데 왜 1년치 계약을 하는 거냐고.
거기서 1년을 원하니까.
그러니까 중간에 그럼 나갈 수 있는 거네.
그 1년이 도래하기 2달 전인가 3달 전에 통보를 해줘야 돼.
그게 무슨 소리야?
궁금하면 네가 부동산 재계약할 때 어떻게 하는지
됐고. 그럼 뭐 어쨌든 여기 계속 뭐 재계약 해야 된다는 소리네. 6월이면 5월이면 재계약을 해야 된다는 소리네 일단은.
몰라. 그 시기는
저번
봐야지. 엄마가 외우고 있질 않아서 모르겠어.
5월인가 6월이라고 했어. 그럼 재계약을 해야 된다는 소리야 일단은 여기.
모르겠어 그거는.
모르는 게 아니라 말했다니까. 당신 이게 저번에 말했다니까. 5월인가 6월이라고.
누가?
5월인가 6월이라고 본인 말했어.
누가?
저번에 말해줬다고. 그리고 그거 여기 그 화장실 같은 데랑 그런 게 너무 그런 게 이게 너무 더러워가지고 뭐 때 같은 거랑 밑에 뭐 원룸 같은 거 때문에 여기 청소하는 그거 불러야 될 것 같아. 한번 불러야 되고 한번 불러야 될 거 같아. 화장실 같은 거랑 뭐 싱크 그 수도 같은 것도 그 화장실 물 수도랑 싱크 수도가 이렇게 물 터져서 나와가지고 막 튀겨. 뭐 설거지 때 쓸 때랑 수도 쓸 때 그거 하는 사람 불러야 될 것 같아. 화장실 여기 화장실 관리하는 사람. 화장실.
뭐가 튀겨서 뭐가 불편하다는 거야?
아니 화장실을 일단은 청소를 한번 하는 사람 불러야 될 것 같고 너무.
청소 네가 스스로 못해?
아니 너무 내가 그냥 나는 이제 조금씩 했는데 계속 해왔는데 이게 너무 더러워가지고 한번 이걸 청소를 하는 사람을 필요할 것 같고 한번 필요할 것 같고 그 싱크대 그 수도도 이렇게 물이 터져서 나오고 여기 수도 화장실 수도 터져서 나와가지고 필요해.
터져서 나온다는 게 수도 관에서 물이 삐져나온다는 얘기야?
물이 터져서 나오니까 튀긴다고 막 쓸 때마다.
그러니까 터져서 나온다는 게 물이 원래 나오는 구멍이 아니라 다른 데로 물이 삐져나온다는 얘기야?
그게 아니라 튀긴다고. 물을 틀기만 하면 계속.
그럼 살살 틀면 되잖아. 안 튀기게.
그래도 튀겨. 저 수도 둘 다 고쳐야 되고 화장실도 한번 불러야 돼. 너무 더러워서.
상태가 어떤지 동영상 찍어서 보내 엄마한테.
일단은 그거 식비랑 그거 일단 그거 시켜줘. 저거 그 배달하는 거 그거 식품 배달.
그거는 엄마가 해준다고 얘기했잖아. 똑같은 얘기를 몇 번을 해.
아 그러니까 지금 바로
엄마가 해준다고 안 해주는 거 봤어?
지금 바로 보내라고 저번에 막 바로 안 했어.
왜 이렇게 접촉을 해? 전화를 끊어야 해주던지 말던지 할 거 아니야.
일단 3만원부터 보내주고 저거 그거 식품 내가 말한 거 다 썼으니까 그거 해주.
알았어, 확인해 볼게.
JSKGP 821-028-110-490.
뭐냐?
윤재야,
뭐냐고.
엄마가 방금 문자 보냈는데 그거 플래시백이라고 가방 오잖아. 물건 담는 거. 그 가방 그 쓰고 나서 받으면은
아니 그건 다 안다고. 그건 다 안다고. 그건 아는 거니까 상관없고 지금 3만원 먼저 보내달라니까. 아니 다 안다니까. 다 안다니까. 다 안다고. 그럼 아니 다 안다니까. 그 상관 말고 그 3만원 그거 먼저 줘. 다 안다고. 다 안다니까. 그 됐고 그 3만원 그거 먼저 그거랑 내가 쓴 다 안다니까.
너 말귀 못 알아들어?
다 가져간다고. 그건 직접
그러니까 현관문 앞에 내놓냐고.
다 가져간다고. 직접 그거는 원래 다.
그러니까 현관문 앞에 가방을 내놓냐고.
자리 없는데 그럼 뭐 어떻게 할 것 같아? 말이 되는 소리를 해야지.
했다고 하면 되지. 왜 자꾸 엉뚱한 소리를 하고 있어? 답답하게.
말이 되는 소리를 해야지. 나 그거 먼저 보내려고 하는데 이상한 소리 하고 앉아있잖아.
너 자꾸 이딴 식으로 대화할 거야? 엄마한테 승진하면 진짜 아무것도 안 시켜줘.
보내.
새끼가 진짜 버르장머리가 하나도 없네. 굶어 새끼야.
보내라고. 아, 씨발. 보내라고. 식비 안 보냈네. 안 보냈네 식비.
뭐라고?
식비 안 보냈네.
너 같으면 이뻐서 보내주겠다.
3만원 지금 보내줘.
엄마한테 그러면 쏘리라고 해.
3만 원 지금 보내주고 내가 쓴 거 다 읽었으니 그 쓴 거 다 정리해놨다 내가 거기 뭐냐
너는 근데 윤재야
딸기
띄어쓰기 할 줄 모르니?
아니 그 됐고 그냥 빨리 적어야 돼서 그 거기 다 적혔고 그 정리해놨고 그거랑 그 3만 원 이제 지금 먼저
문제되는
보낼게.
거 정리해놨다고 뭘 정리해놨다 그래. 한 줄 띄어쓰기도 안 하고 그냥 한 단어처럼 써서 보냈구만 읽기도 힘들게.
지금 보내줘.
엄마한테 뭐 잘못했으면 쏘리라고 하고
아 지금 보내달라고.
땡큐라고 하고 너 영어 좋아하니까 그 정도는 할 수 있잖아. 그 정도 표현도 못해?
지금 보내달라고.
전화했으면 인사 정도는 영어로라도 해라 윤태야.
식비 보내달라고.
너 영어 좋아하잖아.
식비 보내라고. 식비 보내라고.
굿모닝 굿애프터눈 굿이브닝 몰라?
식비 보내라고.
헬로우 맘 하이 맘 몰라?
식비 보내라고.
싫어.
식비 보내라고 3만 원.
엄마한테 인사도 할 줄 모르는데 엄마가 뭐 이쁘다고 식비를 보내.
식비 보내달라고.
너 아까 엄마한테 소리 지르고 짜증낸 거 그러면 미안하다고 소리라고 얘기해.
식비 보내달라고. 식비랑 그거 정리 다 해서 써놨으니까 봐가지고.
아 싫으면 관둬. 나도 안 해.
아 식비 보내라고.
소리 한마디가 힘들어?
없다고. 식비 보내라고 진짜. 답답하게.
나도 답답해. 네가 말귀를 너무 못 알아들어서 나도 답답하다고.
보내라고 그러니까.
우리 줄 테니까 엄마한테 그렇게 소리 지르고 짜증내고 말귀 못 알아듣는 척 좀 하지 마.
지금 보내.
별것도 아닌 거 가지고 그냥 대답해주면 되잖아. 엄마가 물어보면 그 프렌치백 밖에 안 대두면 그 돈 물어줘야 된다고.
보내라고.
알았으면 그냥 알겠다고 해. 뭐 네가 사채업자야 뭘 자꾸 돈을 보내라 그래.
JSKGP 821-028.
뭐냐?
뭐냐가 아니고 윤재욱 씨 저기 식빵이랑 딸기잼 같은 거 필요하니?
식빵 그거는 흰색 빵으로 하면 되고 잼은 뭐 피스타치오 잼이나 아니면 뭐 그거 아보카도 잼 같은 거 있으면 그걸로 하면 될 것 같아.
그런 거는 없어.
없으면 한 됐고 뭐 그냥 적힌 것만 시키면 될 것 같아.
뭐만 시키라고?
적힌 것만 하면 된다고.
식빵 필요 없고?
식빵 있으면 그럼 그 내가 말한 잼 하나니까 아보카도 잼 같은 거랑.
그런 거는 없던데 흔하지가 않아. 블루베리 잼이나 딸기잼 이런 거야.
아보카도나 아니면 피스타치오 잼이나 그거 없으면 뭐 땅콩 잼 같은 거 그거 하면 돼. 땅콩 잼은 있을 거야.
그러면 땅콩잼만 있는 거야? 아니면 땅콩잼에 뭐 이렇게 포도잼 같은 거 섞인 거야?
땅콩 그 잼 중에 그 크런치 피넛 버터에 피넛 그 블루베리랑 섞인 걸로 크런치로 하면 될 것 같아. 크런치 피넛 같은 걸로 피넛 버터.
알았어.
You gotta learn to be demanding. That's how you survive in this world. In capitalism, there's no being nice. You gotta be toxic in capitalism. It breeds toxicity, but I mean, you don't have to be intentionally that, but you just have to fit the system. You know, the system breeds toxicity and demands toxicity. It's just a norm. If you're more toxic, you get more. You gotta learn to be toxic. It's just the way system. What system breeds and creates and what it demands and requires. That's the name of the game, right? 야, 이 장년아. 야, 이 장년. 식디 왜 안 보내주냐? 보내라. 보내라. 상업할 거야.
And people took pride in their labor above all else. This caused problems when there wasn't enough work to go around.
박진정이랑 악질적. 악질적이. 순악이에요, 순악. 무슨 말이지?
JSKGP 821-028-110.
뭐냐?
윤세야. 윤세야.
누구세요?
지금 주문을 하려고 하는데 그 물건들이 쿠팡은 대부분 새벽 배송이 많거든?
그러니까 3만 원을 먼저 보내라니까.
아니 지금 그거랑 별개로 새벽 배송을 받을 수는 있니?
받기 그거랑 상관없이 그냥 저 놓고 가는 거니까 나중에 컬렉트하면 된다니까.
그렇지. 새벽 배송 그냥 엄마가 눌러도 되지 주문할 때.
빨리 되는 거면 지금 바로 몇 시간 걸리는데.
새벽 배송은 내일 아침 전에 새벽에 배송되지.
다른 거 없어 옵션?
그게 제일 빠르지. 지금 밤 아니야 거기? 아침인가? 아침인가? 월요일 새벽. 그러니까 월요일 동트기 전에 도착한다는 거지.
그러니까 제일 빠른 걸로 하면 된다니까.
어쨌든 그게 제일 빨라.
3만 원 먼저 보내.
그럼 보내줄게. 그러면 새벽 배송으로 그냥 다 누른다.
그 제일 빠른 걸로 하면 된다고. 거기에서 고르는 거 중에서.
그러니까 엄마가 궁금한 거는 새벽 배송이 이제 그 사람들이 새벽에 물건 갖고 가면 건물 안으로 못 들어가거나 그런 건 아니지?
여기에 그거 거기 나오는 거에 배달 할 때 거기 배달하는 사람 그 키워드 적는 거에다가 여기 현관문 들어올 때 비밀번호 1111이라고 하고 들어오면 그거 하면 쓰면 돼. 1, 2, 3, 4.
비밀번호 바뀌었니? 1, 2, 3, 4 아니고
1, 2, 3, 4로. 1, 2, 3, 4로.
그래 알았어. 그렇게 해서 새벽 배송 해놓을게. 그리고 소고기는 엄마가 좀 많이 주문하는 걸로 모듬 세트로 주문을 했는데 3만 원어치를 이거는 3월 26일 날 화요일 날 도착한대. 그러니까 잊지 말고 화요일 날 물건 잘 받아. 고기 상하면 안 되니까.
고기만 따로 화요일에 오는 거라고?
고기는 화요일 날 가고 나머지는 월요일 날 새벽하고 낮에 나눠서 갈 거야.
고기만 따로
리스트는 보내줄게.
고기만 아니야 됐어 필요 없어 리스트. 어차피 오면 다 알게 됐으니까 난 필요 없고 고기만 그냥 그 따로 화요일 날 온다는 거지.
아니 리스트가 있어야 물건이 빠졌는지 확인을 할 수 있잖아.
아, 다 안다고. 뭐 보냈는지 안다고.
알았어.
식비 왜 안 보내냐?
아니 엄마 지금 주문 이거 마무리해야 될 거 아니야. 날아가기 전에.
식비 먼저 보내라고.
혹시 라면 같은 거 안 필요하니?
너구리 라면 하나 그거 한 팩 필요해.
알았어.
식비 보내라고. 식비.
아니 보내준지 윤재야. 알았다고.
내가 식비를 먼저
주문 금방 마무리하고 보내준다고.
식비를 먼저 보내라고. 이거 내일 온다고.
알았어.
JSKGP 821-028-110.
뭐냐?
윤재야.
뭐냐고.
그 너구리가 매운맛, 순한맛, 얼큰한 맛이 있어. 어떤 걸로 해?
매운 걸로 해. 매운 걸로.
알았어.
이것 때문에 상 전화하고 지랄.
Good, because it was honorable to oversee the labor of so many of your comrades. They also feared that if they didn't give people jobs now, they wouldn't be able to get the people they did need in the future. This worker hoarding, as it became known, meant that some people were given jobs like counting endless inventories of nuts and bolts. Now, obviously, there are huge differences between the modern Western world and 1950s Russia, but there are also some concerning similarities. The theory of totally unnecessary jobs really started to gain traction after the anthropologist David Graeber published a book on Bolshevik jobs, in which he outlined 5 broad categories of jobs that have become more and more common. The first are what he called the flunkies. Think people like doormen, receptionists, chauffeurs, and assistants. These people exist to make other people feel better about themselves and could easily be replaced with some kind of technology. That's if they're really needed at all. Then there are the duct tapers. These are the people who work to alleviate problems that could very easily be fixed permanently. Think someone like an inventory manager that just so happens to have the system permissions to update stock levels in a warehouse, where that could have been done automatically, or at the very least, shared amongst smaller staff. In his book, Graeber talks of a duct taper whose entire job was fixing the mistakes made by an apparently brilliant statistician. In reality, this star employee was actually hopeless, and the duct taper had to fight with bureaucracy to get his mistakes fixed before they could do any damage. This example shows that the solution to the problem is not always getting rid of the person in the Bolshevik job, because the duct taper themselves was probably contributing some value, but would be able to create value much more effectively had a needless obstacle been removed. The same cannot be said for the next Bolshevik job category on the Bolshevik jobs list, and that is the box tickers. The army of mindless drones that exist in big companies around the world because they make said companies appear legitimate to other big companies. Think of the people that create internal company newspapers with stories. about key executives or whatever it is that's reported on those things. I mean, nobody actually reads them, and that's the point. But if a company didn't have an internal newspaper or a party planning committee or a culture coordinator, then it might look like a small fry company not worth doing business with or working for. Now it's time to get to the real demons of the bullshit job world, the goons. Goons are an affectionate name to a class of jobs that actually has a negative impact on society, but make themselves necessary by simply existing. The classic example of this is in-house corporate lawyers. They don't really produce anything, but if you don't have them, then it will end up costing you more to hire external counsel to fight off lawsuits from companies that do have internal corporate lawyers. Perhaps the best example of this are patent trolls, which are basically companies that will buy up other companies with lots of generic patents and then try to sue other companies in the hope that they will just agree to settle out in court. Even the largest companies in the world are guilty of perpetuating this negative sum game. Apple famously sued Samsung for a patent over a rectangular phone with rounded corners. Now just ask yourself, despite what you might think about patents and intellectual property, what value was being created by the thousands of people whose full-time job it was to enforce that ruling? Beyond just the lawyers, there are people like the lobbyists who fight to simply change the rules of the game around, and salespeople who exist purely to move business dealings from one company to another while being the definition of a middleman in the process. Now, you might think that the goons are bad, but they have nothing on the worst amongst the bunch of pointless workers, the taskmasters. These are the people assigned to watch over and manage
Jobs are for losers. Loser. L.
people that really don't need to be watched over or managed. Effective management does exist, especially when it's coordinating a team with instruments and only have a job because of highly layered corporate hierarchy. Sure, companies would do well for themselves by cutting down these tasks, but sometimes these incentives can be misaligned with the actual decision making. Modern workplaces are obsessed with everybody working their 40-hour weeks, even if it means tariffs and excises. All of these steps involves larger institutions. The size is almost impossible without it.
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck off, fuck off.
Kiyosaki, and we're here for another exciting and important financial reform. And this here, in simple terms, is called a financial statement. In school, they teach you to get a FICO score. FICO is BS. All that means, how good are you paying your bills? That's all FICO means, okay? Should be the FIDO score. Good dog. Well, that most people make, they go to school to get a job, and they work here. So this is the poor middle class of these guys. And we're going to talk about later, your first line item expense is taxes. And just recently, President Trump said he had a tax cut. He didn't have a tax cut for these guys. As you know, the rules are always written for the rich. Okay? I didn't make the rules. You can get angry at me, but these are the rules. The rich make the rules. The golden rule. He who has the gold makes the rules. So that tax cut went to people here. That's where it goes to. You'll learn more about this later on. But this is what I work for. So what I work for, number one, is I'm an entrepreneur. I want businesses. I have multiple businesses. And I don't work in them, as you know, because you work here. You never see me do it. Because I don't work for a paycheck. Next is real estate. And real estate is good for many things which we'll go into. But number one is debt. I use a lot of debt to buy real estate, and I pay no taxes. That's the relationship there. The next is paper. And that's savings, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs, and that stuff. I don't have any of that stuff. I don't save money. I don't have any of that. But this is what most people have to go to school, get a job, get a 401k, and save money. Loser. I'm doing that just to upset you guys.
Loser.
You'll start to think. Get a 401k.
Educate does that too. It's a tactic. Just to upset people. He says that in a hard way. Loser.
Loser. I don't save money. I don't have that. But this is what most people have to go to school, get a job, get a 401k, and save.
What is a 401k? Fuck the 401k. It's a part of Matrix scheme.
Money. The loser. I'm doing that just to upset you guys, because maybe you'll start to think. Because I didn't make the rules. I'm just telling you these are the rules. These people pay the highest taxes, and they work the hardest. And the last are commodities. 4 different asset classes. So commodities are, number one is gold, silver.
I actually retired because one day I woke up and I looked at my life and I thought, I'm giving 7 hours a day to fighting. If I were to put 7 hours a day into something else, what else could I achieve? Because I had a little bit of money from fighting, but I wasn't balling. I wasn't rich. And I thought, what's the point of being a world champion if I can't buy Lambos on the debit card, right? What's the point? So then I thought, well, I want to be rich now. So that's actually the reason I retired. So I was always chasing other things. And then now I've got money, I want to fight again. I'm never happy, bro. This is how it goes, right? You're always... If you're earning 2,000, you give 100 people a $1,400 check, right?
We were told to go to school, get good.
Yeah. Countries with 4-day work week. 와, 네덜란드 29, 29시간. 하루에 6시간. Nine to 5 rat race.
Oil, land, water, food. So this is what I worked for. When I left school, rather than working for a paycheck and working for money,
Have you ever?
But there's people inside the rat race that can, within the rat race, create a plan to get out. The problem is not that right now you're working a 9 to 5, is that you don't have a plan to get out of the 9 to 5. I did the 9 to 5. You did the 9 to 5. There's nothing wrong with the 9 to 5, as long as you know that you're stuck in the 9 to 5. As long as, one, you're not complaining. That's a big one, dude. People fucking go, oh, my job shit, my job shit. Do you know how much negative attention and the amount of negative energies attached to you looking at your life and being like, oh, this is a shit job. Bro, you should be clocking into your job and becoming like a COO. Like, that should be your ambition. You're going to go to a company, go all in. But the problem is people are mediocre in their education. They're mediocre in their 9 to 5 job. They're mediocre with their fitness. They're mediocre with their spirituality. They're mediocre with basically every area of your life, and they want a non-mediocre extra.
This is a finite life. It doesn't last that long. It's a trick. You get sucked into this trick, and this trick is what every CEO and every head of every corporation, every chief financial officer, all these people that are just trying to like improve the bottom line, rake in more money, keep this company growing, and keep kicking ass. It's a trick. You're sucked up in a trick. There's a natural human tendency to accumulate numbers for whatever reason. Go back to our early days when resources were scarce. And if you get sucked into that trick, one day you're gonna wake up, and that's gonna usually be too late. Usually it's on your deathbed. Usually it's close to it. Like, what did I do? This is it. My health is failing. My life's falling apart. And what has my life been? It's been 10, 12, 14 hours a day in the stuffed offices under fluorescent lights.
진짜 말을 쉽게 하는데 홍지순 좋아하는 거랑 씨발 그럼 병신 같은 말은 어디에서 나오는 거야? 말을 쉽
This is a finite life.
Welcome to the rat race. You wake up, pour yourself some coffee, and go to work just like everybody else. Until finally you can come home, force feed yourself some dinner, and watch Netflix just like you do 5 days a week. Many people believe that the rat race is the 9 to 5, but in reality, it's being one emergency away from going broke. In your pursuit, you increased your lifestyle. You bought the new house, the new car, the new clothes, and suddenly your job, which was once a means to an end, is now a lifeline that's keeping you to afford your lifestyle. So let me ask you something. Do you want to look wealthy, or do you actually want to be wealthy?
I want to be wealthy. I'm 31 and I just given up. I live below my means and I'm actually pretty happy. I might not have millions or Bugatti, but I have time. Time can't be bought. Produce an ecosystem. 햄버거 사 먹으러 나갈까? 나가기 싫은데 또.
The Mega Millions jackpot is over $1.2 billion, and here's what to do if you win.
$1.2 billion? That's crazy. 배고파. 식비 어딨어? 나 나갔다 올 거야, 이것만 보고. 계속 긁고 있어. 배고픈데,
Statistics show that nearly 70% of large lot.
Go broke. I get a financial advisor immediately.
Lottery winners go broke within just a couple years. Statistics of homicide, kidnapping, being sued, or just overall miserable after winning is shockingly high. So up first, number one, tell nobody. Money is not the root of all evil, but it does highlight people's morals. Number two, take copies of the original ticket and place the original ticket in a safety deposit box or somewhere extraordinarily safe. Number three, hire an attorney that has no ties to your family or community. Number four, look at the laws in your state with your attorney. If you can stay anonymous, do so, and know exactly how long until you have to claim your prize. Number five, take the lump sum payment. Number six, decide now how much you're going to share with family and friends. The kind of golden rule in the large lottery community is 20%. Your attorney is going to set up a trust for them. You're not buying car. The Mega Millions jackpot is over $1.2 billion, and here's what to do if you win. Now, statistics show that nearly 70% of large lottery winners go broke within just a couple years, and statistics of homicide, kidnapping, being sued, or just overall miserable after winning is...
Steve, there you go. get sued, bro.
Shockingly high. So up first, number one, tell nobody. Money is not the root of all evil, but it does highlight people's morals. Number two, take copies of the original ticket and place the original ticket in a safety deposit box or somewhere. Extraordinary. Safe. Number three, hire an attorney that has no ties to your family or community. Number four, look at the laws in your state with your attorney. If you can stay anonymous, do so, and know exactly how long until you have to claim your price. Number five, take the lump sum payment. Number six, decide now how much you're going to share with family and friends. The kind of golden rule in the large lottery community is 20%. Your attorney's going to set up a trust for them. You're not buying cars and cash and I never knew that a keyboard can make. Let me know if you knew this trick. This passive income stream blows my side hustle out of the water. Imagine if you can make an estimated salary of $160,000 a year just by holding a JPEG. Oh, and you paid less than $50 for that? Only in March. That's what you get with CyberCons. If you own one of their 1,000 Genesis cons, you're going to be yielding 10 bananas a day. One banana value, $44, annual salary. What was I possibly doing in March that was more important than jumping on this? This passive income stream blows my side hustle. What's a scam this scams? Here's how much money 25-year-olds need to invest every single month to become a millionaire. I'm referring to these numbers to the S&P 500, which is one of the most popular investments in the 500 largest companies in the United States. You can invest in this through tickers VOO, FXAIX, SPY. Starting at the age of 25, investing $322 a month for 40 years, you'll have $1 million by the time you're 65. If you want to get there at 50, you'll start with a lump sum of $10,000, invest $1,065 per month at an average return of 8%, get your $1 million.
This sounds like a rat race.
Policy.
The next 15 minutes could change your life on that $1.34 billion ticket.
Every year, tens of millions of Americans spend their money on these lottery tickets. I always imagine them as like these cool, colorful things, but this is just like a receipt with a barcode. These things are usually at a gas station or a grocery store, and typically you get it from like a guy behind a counter or one of these cool flashy machines. They cost anywhere from a few cents to like $100. And as more and more people buy tickets, all of that money goes into one big pot, the jackpot, and it grows and it grows, and sometimes can rack up to like $2 billion.
Third, Mega Millions drawing to break $1 billion. 1.3 billion. 1.9 billion.
2.04 billion.
And even though everyone buying tickets presumably wants to win the jackpot, at the end of the day, after all the ping pong balls and the numbers and the weird game show looking things, only one person actually does.
$1.9 billion. I can't believe it. Then it can be yours for just $2.
Fucking retards. They fucking sound like slaves. They look like retards jumping up and down for what? Everybody knows you have to. Gotta create an income producing ecosystem, bro. Business is money. Producing ecosystem.
Meanwhile, everyone else is left just a little poorer.
You don't have any of the first 5 numbers.
This is the lottery. It is a government.
It's a bullshit to keep people slave.
Sponsored gambling game that is. Surprisingly human. Like, we've been doing this for thousands of years, and we'll probably continue to do it for thousands more. And not just like in the United States, all over the world. And it's almost always the government who's running the lottery. Okay, so like a little harmless fun that helps the government make a little extra. Only one person actually does.
They sound like fucking slaves.
I can't believe it. They get ping pong balls and numbers and the weird game show looking things. Only one person actually does.
$1.9 billion. I can't believe it. Then it can be yours for just $2.
Meanwhile, everyone else is left just a little poorer.
You don't have any of the first 5 numbers.
This is the lottery. It is a government-sponsored gambling game that is surprisingly human. Like, we've been doing this for thousands of years, and we will probably continue to do it for thousands more. And not just like in the United States, all over the world. And it's almost always the government who's running the lottery. Okay, so like a little harmless fun that helps the government make a little extra money. It's not a big deal, right? No, these are not small numbers. This is not a little anything. In 2021, Americans spent over $100 billion on lotteries. 100 billion, that's with a B. These are giant numbers. This is something we should look into. Okay, so let's dive into this. Why do we do lotteries? And why is the government running these things? And what do they use the money for? And I guess most importantly, is this even ethical?
$1.35 billion.
Chance to win $1 million.
with a lot of money.
Hey, pause real quick. I need to thank today's sponsor, who is BetterHelp. Thank you, BetterHelp, for sponsoring today's video. I'm a big believer in therapy. Been in therapy for several years now, and it has reshaped my life in very real ways. And what BetterHelp is a platform that makes therapy accessible to people. It's kind of hard to find a therapist like in the traditional way where you're sort of like calling around and seeing like who's in network and stuff. With BetterHelp, you literally just sign up, you take a quick quiz, and it matches you with a therapist in their giant network of like tens of thousands of therapists. It's not bound by your physical location, so like you can get access to a therapist that works for you, that fits your specific needs. You can talk to them, you can chat with them, you can video call with them, however you want. BetterHelp uses technology to make therapy. You can jump. So link for that deal is in the description. Thank you, BetterHelp, for sponsoring this video. Let's get back to the lottery.
Record-shattering $1.34 billion ticket.
I can feel the winning ticket.
I'm fairly certain this is the winning ticket. Humans are big on it. We've been doing this for thousands of years. 2 million. One of the first versions of the lottery was over in China. It's rumored that they actually used the lottery. Humans are big on gambling. We've been doing this for thousands of years. 2,500,000. One of the first versions of the lottery was over in China. It's rumored that they actually used the lottery to fund some of the Great Wall of China. Oh, and after they chose the numbers, the results are said to have been delivered by carrier pigeon. The Romans, the Dutch, and a bunch of other governments over time and throughout the entire world have done lotteries to usually fund big projects that the government wanted to do. In England, they also loved lotteries, and the settlers who wanted to come here to the New World used lotteries to help fund their trip. Eventually, the monarch of England was like, whoa, guys, wait a second. Don't use your extra money to fund lotteries that make you leave us. Use your money over here. Taxes were kind of a sensitive topic for England. But anyway, the colonists were like, all right, bet. Bet? Like bet? You know, like bet. Like, bet. 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 Non-touch. Non-touch. So they don't do lotteries for 100 years, but then eventually they tried to do a lottery to fund their war against England to become free from England. So yeah, lotteries are not new. They've been used for a long time, and governments have always run them well. But in the past few decades, lotteries have turned into something much bigger, and more, they've begun to target a certain kind of person. Let's go see if I can win the lottery.
Kidding.
Okay, I just spent $2 US on a lottery ticket. Let's see what happens. The jackpot for this one is $20 million. Seems like a pretty good deal. There's this one lottery called the Mega Millions. It's where a bunch of states put all of their lotteries together into one giant lottery, which means way more people, which also means a way higher jackpot, which then attracts more people, and then it's just the greatest thing in the world for the lottery. Okay, wait, but why does the government run a gambling scheme that incentivizes people to spend their money on gambling? We'll get there in a second, just hold on. But for now, I just need to revel in what is happening in my brain right now. This very human feeling of buying a $2 ticket, so low risk, I didn't have to pay that much, but the potential of $20 million. The Mega Million lottery is making me realize why gambling is so enticing. And for such a simple little game, with Mega Million you choose 6 numbers, the first one having to be between 1 and 70, and the last one having to be between 1 and 25. No idea how they calculated those rules, but whatever, okay, choose your numbers. You can also just tell them to choose the numbers and an algorithm will do it for you, which is listen, I already have an algorithm sort of running my life most of the time. If I'm gonna gamble, I'm gonna choose the numbers myself.
True.
Oh, he did there. Anyway, eventually a bunch of balls go into this little spinny thing and they choose the numbers. And if they choose my numbers, I win $20 million. So at $2 a ticket, we can infer that probably millions of Americans just did this. They went out and bought a ticket like this with hopes of changing their lives. Oh, and this isn't just once a year or something. This is twice a week. They'll hopefully be drawing my numbers tomorrow night, and I will be watching. Anyway, let's get back to the explanation.
Got special feelings not marrying you.
Not for me.
No, again, numbers marking up.
So here in the US, you've got a bunch of these big, mega, multi-state lotteries, and they're all run actually by the same nonprofit organization. But then you also have these. You've got these little just instant winners. Like I could scratch this off right now and see if I win. 10 chances to win? We have to do this right now. Where's a penny? No, seriously, we've got to do this. Up to $5,000. Wait a minute, this has to be a joke. What does that say? $1,000. There's no way. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, reveal a. Oh, see. I don't know how to gamble. I was like, I just won $1,000. 19, 24. Come on. Oh, man, the rush is so real. Womp womp. That's so sad. I was so ready to win today. Okay, sorry, I'm getting out of my intoxicated buzz of gambling, which clearly I haven't done enough. Grow Mormon, okay, give me a break. You scratch off this latex, you see if you won, you don't win, I didn't win. It's actually really satisfying, but it's kind of messy. You also have smaller lotteries that are usually more frequent, but they're smaller jackpots, but you have better odds. Anyway, the point is, there are all sorts of lotteries. Speaking of odds, what are my odds of winning the big jackpot? According to one statistician who crunched all the numbers, my odds for winning on this ticket is like 1 in 302 million. Which, let's be honest, no one really knows what that means. I don't know what that means. What is that, 302 million? That's a bigger number than my brain can fathom. So let's do a visualization. Imagine you have 66 bathtubs. I mean, I'm not sure why you need 66 bathtubs. It seems a little bit excessive, but who am I to judge? And yes, I know a lot of you noticed I got my hair. That's because I couldn't handle not shampooing my long hair, okay? Let's just get it out of the way. I know everyone's been thinking it. Anyway, you've got these 66 bathtubs, and each of them is filled to the brim with rice. 4.5 million grains of rice. In fact, how did we calculate that number? Go to the sources. We actually did an analysis to see how many grains of rice would fit into these bathtubs. 4.5 million. So you've got 66 bathtubs and they're all full of rice. And one of those grains of rice is beet. Now, close your eyes, walk through. Let's just get it out of the way. I know everyone's been thinking it. Anyway, you got this. I know a lot of you noticed I got my hair. That's because I couldn't handle not shampooing my long hair, okay?
I'm asleep. I need food. I'll head out soon.
Get it out of the way. I know everyone's been thinking it. Anyway, you've got these 66 bathtubs, and each of them is filled to the brim with rice. 4.5 million grains of rice, in fact. How did we calculate that number? Go to the sources. We actually did an analysis to see how many grains of rice would fit into these bathtubs. 4.5 million. So you've got 66 bathtubs and they're all full of rice. And one of those grains of rice is beet. Now, close your eyes, walk through the field, and thrust your hand into one of these 66 bathtubs and pick out a grain of rice, and maybe you found the golden grain. But yeah, those are my odds of winning tomorrow night. That was fun to think of it like that. And this works even if you buy a ton of tickets or use the same numbers over and over again. None of this really does anything meaningful to change your odds. Mr. Beast did this great video a while back where he bought $1 million worth of scratch off and thrust your hand into one of these 66 bathtubs and pick out a grain of rice, and maybe you found the golden grain. But yeah, those are my odds of winning tomorrow night. That was fun to think of it like that. And this works even, and thrust your hand into one of these 66 bathtubs and pick out a grain of rice, and maybe you found the golden grain. But yeah, those are my odds of winning tomorrow night. That was fun to think of it like that. And this works even if you buy a ton of tickets or use the same numbers over and over again. None of this really does anything meaningful to change your odds. Mr. Beast did this great video a while back where he bought $1 million worth of scratch-off tickets and lost about 300,000. Okay, so we're done with this part of the video. The lottery exists, it's big, you'll probably lose, we all know that. My bigger question here is, why does the government have a monopoly on this gambling game?
I'm just so happy to have one.
No, you can't do that. You have to leave it with me, and I'll look after it for you. You can visit it anytime you want to.
Sorry. humans love to do. So if they're going to do it anyway, why not use that as a game to generate revenue for the government? But to me, that begs the question of like, what do they actually use the money for? Luckily, there's data for that. And for an example, let's use this giant lottery called Powerball. And let's make the numbers easy. Let's just say that every pot is a big pot, like gold up to $100 million. Which is like, actually in the ballpark of something that could happen. Half of that money goes to fund the jackpot. So let's just say that $40 million is for the jackpot and the remaining $10 million goes to all the smaller prizes. Okay, but under the hood, something else is going on. If you look at all the billboards for the Powerball at this moment, it will actually advertise it at $67 million for a reason that I will explain in a second. But the point is that only 50% of all the money generated goes to the people who bought the tickets. So the question is, where does that other $50 million go? Well, 6% of the $100 million goes to all of the gas stations and convenience stores and like other businesses who sell the tickets. They get in on some of this. 9% of the $100 million, so like $9 million, goes to pay all the people and expenses associated with like running the lottery, all the advertising and like the employees and stuff. These are private companies that contract with the government to run and advertise the lottery. That leaves us with $35 million of our original $100 million, which according to Powerball's website goes to, quote, good causes supported by the lotteries. What does that mean? What are good causes? The Powerball website won't tell you much, but we did research into this, and we found that from state to state, the definition of good causes changes. In a lot of states, this money goes to, quote, education. Like in Virginia in 2022, where the lottery money was used to fund almost $780 million of the public education budget. This is good, leveraging humans' obsession with gambling to like fund the education of our children. I'm super into it. Oh, until you realize that yes, they give all this money to the education, but then they reduce the existing budget so that it ends up basically being the same number, which means the lottery doesn't actually give any extra money to the education system. That is so stupid. Oh, and the money isn't even distributed in an equitable way. The funding a lot of time goes towards scholarships, colleges, and ends up benefiting wealthier schools. So yeah, that's what they mean by education. Kind of deceptive, not cool. But then there's other places where the lottery pays for things that we take for granted that probably never would cross your mind, like in Colorado, where the state spent $14 million on their parks and wildlife in 2019, using profits from the lottery. Or in Nebraska, where they used the money to fund like their state fair. Who would have guessed? Oh, and this is a good one. In Minnesota, they've spent over $51 million of lottery profits to fund organizations that help people who are addicted to gambling. Like what? Like we're using the lottery money to help people not gamble. I don't know. That one's a weird one to me. Okay, so governments use the lottery money to do government things, build infrastructure, fund public programs, and stuff like that. Cool. Okay, wait, but why does the government have to collect money in this weird way? We'll get to that, I promise. But in a sec, I know everyone's wondering about what happens to the winner.
Over $114 million! Wow! How does that sound?
These lucky ducks who just walked into tens of millions of dollars. Like, how much am I going to get tomorrow night when my numbers are big? Sort of manifesting, you know? In our little scenario, remember that they had advertised $67 million, and that really it was $40 million that was allocated to the winner. How does that all work out? That is because when you win the jackpot, you can get it in two different ways. You can get it all at once, or you can get it slowly over the course of 29 years. If you get the cash all at once, the government immediately takes out 24% of federal taxes. And then, of course, the state will get their taxes. So, like here in DC, it's like 9.75% that's taken off. So, even though you were advertised $67 million, the actual jackpot was the $40 million. So, really, you walk away with about $26 million. The reason it was advertised as $67 million is because of the other option. If you take it slowly over the course of 29 years, then the government holds on to that money and invests it in like bonds, and it gains interest. And they project that over that time, it will actually be a total payout of $67 million. That also gets taxed a bunch of ways and whatever, and eventually you end up with about $43 million if you do the overtime. So $26 million versus $43 million, depending on if you take it all at once or take it overtime. The point is that once again, even with the winner, the government makes a lot of money off of lotteries. And this is the number that should blow all of our minds. The US federal and local lottery revenue in 2020 was around $27 billion. $27 billion in government revenue because of the lottery. And this is kind of where it feels a little messed up, because I thought we already had a way of funding the government. Isn't that just called taxes?
Look, we got the Powerball number! We won $3!
Wow, you think we should get that over 20 years or go for the big payout?
Hello there, Countdown. It is Tuesday, January 7th. Okay. $20 million. The jackpot. Plus that gold mega bomb. Now,
I already lost this. Back to the video. So now we can answer this question. Why does the government run a gambling scheme? And it boils down to this. Lotteries were illegal in the United States for a very long time. Public opinion was very against them. But then in the 60s, New Hampshire needed money. At the time, they didn't have a sales tax or an income tax. They were running low on tax revenue to fund their schools. So they passed a law that allowed them to start a sweepstakes to raise funds for their schools. And it kind of worked. They made money. I mean, presumably, right? And then other states were like, wait a minute, we can make taxes into a fun game and no one will get mad at us? And the answer is yes, you can. It's called the lottery. And so a bunch of other states started to adopt it. And now we're headed into an era that is characterized by lower and lower taxes.
By lowering everyone's tax rates all the way up the income scale, each of us will have a greater incentive to climb higher, to excel, to help America grow.
Taxes have never been popular, but this was a time when taxes really started to hit a new low. So after years of being illegal, the lottery is back, and it is back with a vengeance. Soon you have these multi-state national lotteries, and the government starts to make millions and then billions of dollars of tax revenue. Revenue that they weren't getting from just boring old taxes. Okay, so the lottery is just another tax, but who ends up paying these fun voluntary taxes? The people who pay them are the ones who don't really have the means to. Poorer and less educated people are the ones who play the lottery most.
The lottery is mostly a tax on people who don't know math.
The lottery ends up as a tax on those who can least afford it.
It's a tax on the poor.
But most of that money is spent by low-income consumers.
In South Carolina, one report found that people who make less than $35,000 a year spend more than double on lottery tickets than people who make over $100,000 a year. Let that sink in for a second. Double. They also found that people of color are more likely to buy lottery tickets than white players. One study found that in almost every state, whether it's by design or not, neighborhoods that have lottery retailers have a higher poverty rate than neighborhoods that don't have lottery retailers. Remember, this is the free market. These retailers are following the demand. So yeah, you start to see a picture of the government using the desperation of those who are less educated to generate revenue that they don't get from boring old regular taxes. And then I think the moment that actually gets me here is that money, that revenue, goes to fund things that isn't often beneficial to the poorer communities that bought the tickets and paid the taxes. So, yeah, that is the lottery. The question is, why do we keep doing this? And again, it goes back to that very shrewd economic argument. Humans love gambling. They're going to do it anyway. Why not just regulate it and make some extra revenue out of it? But, as always, there's some private interests here, too, keeping this all alive. Who prints all of these, right? Who makes the latex that goes on the little scratch-off? Those are companies that make a lot of money off the lottery. And they actually have lobbyists keeping the lottery alive. So yeah, the lottery exists and will probably always exist. I mean, humans love gambling. And taxes exist and are necessary. We need to fund our government. But do we need to run a gambling scheme to raise those taxes? The specific way that the government runs the lottery today is a regressive tax on the poor. It raises money and it sends that money to places that doesn't benefit the people who are funding that tax. And so when we see that gambling funds education or goes to good causes, to me that just feels misleading. We just need to call it what it is. The lottery is a tax on the poor. All right, another video is in the hopper. The lottery. But is Hopper not cool? Thanks for watching, everyone. I want to tell you about a few things that I need to tell you about at the end of the video that you may be interested in. Number one, it's no longer just me. I mean, it hasn't been for like years, but like we now have a large team of people who contribute to making these videos. And we have a behind the scenes vlog that we publish once a month over at the newsroom. The newsroom is just the fancy way of saying Patreon, but newsroom just sounds way cooler, so we call it the newsroom. Every month we publish a behind the scenes vlog. We have my scripts are over there. You can read the scripts and see what those look like if you're interested. You get a royalty-free Tom Fox song, and you get the warm, fuzzy feeling of supporting this channel and the journalism that we're trying to do. The link is in my description. You can go check that out. Another way to support that might be helpful to you is like we have LUTs and presets. LUTs are how we color our video. Without a LUT, it looks like this. With a LUT, it looks like this. Much better. We developed these LUTs with a professional colorist, and they're really pretty. You can buy those and help support the channel, and also color your photos and video much better. You can go watch my next video like right now. Like it's actually live over on Nebula, because we publish everything a week early on Nebula, ad-free. So go to Nebula using the link in my description. If you use the link in my description, it actually helps support the channel, so like do that. If none of those things are interesting to you and you're still watching this, I have to ask you, why are you still watching this? Like, why are you still here when you could be watching some other cool video on the internet? Answer in the comments. See you later. The interactivity of like, oh shit, why am I still here? Got that.
Oh, Oh, she took every. Sure. Oh, Schooner. Yo, who's the one who cuts his Andrew Tate's hair? Maria and Aditya Mullo. I had a dream about Maria and Aditya Mullo. Maria Aditya Mullo. Always fresh. He has a lamp already.
Hey yo, what's going on, guy?
Maria and Jamulo. No, Maria was kind of depressed. I think it was Maria. Passed away. Was at KCC Switzer we were meeting. I was trying to film Maria, like she was in a barber shop. Okay, it's a long story actually. I don't know why I'm sleeping right now. Don't know why the fuck I'm sleeping. $11:30.